do, but I just wanted to get on here right now and just let y'all know I'm thinking about you. So just give me a second here and I shall return. Be right back. Sorry about that, people. Thanks for your patience. I literally just pretty much ran back. I wanted to get this coffee rolling. Oh, and I want to apologize last night for the person that was trying to teach me something. I guess that was the kettle calling the excuse waiting to happen, or just it's the coffee. So, like I said, I'd been accused of being an ass on coffee before, but I'm just trying to lighten the load a little bit. I apologize. Um, but here's the thing with that. I so much to say, so much to tell today. Hope everybody had a blessed Sabbath. Happy Saturday if you don't observe. Love y'all either way. Um, but let's see. There was something that right off the bat I wanted to say because things change as things change. So I try to keep up with everybody and navigate this at the same time. Um, let's see, what was it? Anyway, it slipped my mind, but I'll come back to it when I'm. So I just want to apologize to the person. Um, if you wanted to write all that, and with all due respect, like I said, that's why I gave you my number. I'm not into the. It was sounding kind of neat there for a minute to me, and it's not that it wasn't. It might have been the best knowledge I could have received that day, and I just let it go. But um, I'm just that sounds like something like John Pounders would be able to. That's not my thing. And if I'm led to receive that and learn that, I will. But I appreciate you if that was your intent. That's why I gave you my phone number. It's just easier for uh, for me to talk about something that I don't understand than try to comprehend something I can barely read. So I apologize about that, and so that's that. I wasn't trying to. I just didn't. I thought, wow, that's a lot of effort there for me. I thought, wow, that's a lot of effort. It just brought me right back to the old noodling. Uh, and I say noodling because of the catfish thing. It's kind of an inside joke there in Facebook, and even that's kind of. I've been led not to do that. It's kind of mean also because you never know. It could be something other than a bottom fish you're grabbing onto. Might be something good to hang. Something some of that gold. Oh, and then I want to thank. I want to thank Millie because that's just what I'd like to do because she's just so awesome, along with Tori. And just when I think that I'm gonna start right off from the God Pod, heading on over to the God Pod, I'm gonna start all this stuff comes up. But that's how it's. I guess that's how it's meant to go. I guess that's part of that scroll that's that I still don't quite understand the beginning from. I still stuff, and he's like, well, you don't need to now, and I'm like, yes, I know, because it's all going to be made clear. Just like uh, Danny, Dr. Danny, and Shannon on Sheila's podcast today. Like I said, I usually just like to study and don't do much labor and just try to commune with my father, our father. And but I was led that things are really starting to ramp up, and so I'm really happy to see everybody's just wow, it's just amazing. Oh wow, and this is what's uh, becoming right here. This is what's becoming us. And when you want to say, well, what's becoming you? Well, this is it right here. Hop right on, and on that magic carpet ride. I know I shouldn't. It's not magic. Just like Danny said today on guy was amazing. Guy was on fire. Just absolutely just spellbounding. Wasn't that on a was that electric company or so? Anyway, I'll get off track. Uh but yeah, there's that guy was just I mean, that's what I'm talking about. There's, just like that person there was trying to give me a little it's beyond my wheelhouse right now. It's not my but it might be real good information. It's like that teaching today. I received every single thing. He's right. The Lord is coming back through us. It isn't something you can build back better, like with a hammer. And although that might be going on until the new heaven and earth, but that's not what's going on. That building back is come. It's the foundations being laid through us. So it isn't something that can be built by carnal hands on this plane, on this earth as we know it right now. It's gonna become new. The only thing is because the gold was something that was so sought after. That very same gold is the gold that's going to remain, the gold and the silver, the same gold and silver. And it's a metaphor, but it's also literal now. It's also now become literal now, because that's what it's being mocked with, is the very thing that it's mocked us with and hooked people with for years, to just completely just degrade and just completely do away with all of any of our heavenly creator character morals of any sort. So there's, like he said, so there's absolutely nothing to identify. There's but nothing to come back to. And he'd seen that already, seen that coming. So, and again, there's things that almost would seem contradictory, but I know enough now to know that it's just the perception, the way our carnal, uh, 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 finite minds are perceiving the uh, possibilities that are they're not obtainable right now until we're completely, until he says, okay, well, this is it. And then once all have been sealed, and the set, and it's all been, the people, their hearts that have been circumcised enough to where that word is just like she said, right next to you. That's what this is all about. It's just a few more. Okay, a few more, and then new heaven, new earth. He hit it right on the head. It's not going to be a stick, stone. Oh, it's going to be stone upon living stone. It's that it's that what did he say that word, he called it? I got it written down here. I didn't spell it right. Ecclesia. Yeah, that's right. The stone upon the, that's us. We're becoming part of that now, that completed part of the foundation that the Lord is actually going to return on through us. He's going to step down out, like I said. But anyway, you guys already know. You can go back and watch, see how. I just want to brush, because I got a lot of stuff. I got a lot of stuff that I want to talk to you guys about. And I'm going to start looking into the camera more often. I'm going to have to move this over here, is what's going to have to happen if I'm going to continue to do this in this position, because I really like looking out this window. I count on it. I really do. And I'm able to see it in a way that it really isn't that way really right now. It's a lot browner than it looks. Thank the good Lord for his eyes, because I might be in a little bit different of a mental state if I wasn't able to see things the way that they're going to be restored to. That's why I sent that a Dominion today on the thing. I found that, because he's right. These people, it's all this garbage. Is that the Dominion is returning through us by what we can do. It's a spiritual thing. Yes, we're getting new bodies. There's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. There's a reason why there's going to be a new heaven, and you can go back and see why I believe that. So I'm not getting caught up in, because I got to stay focused as much as possible, considering how focused, old Run 'em Rampant Roy can on last night. So here I go. I got to stay focused. So thank you so much, and Sheila and Shannon and Danny. That was awesome. And of course it's SRS. You guys already figured. There's some of you that are like my gargoyles. The gargoyles, they're gone. They're on strike. There is no more paper, and so yeah, I pretty much some people are still. So let's see. Oh, and on Lynn's, and see, this is why the Lord wants me to start writing stuff down because, um, well, this is why Lynn's Warriors. I'm trying still to go on there. I love what you do, even though I haven't been able to spend much time with you. From Lynn's Warriors, you know, Mr. L's beloved wife, and she's so awesome today. I just You're so beautiful, and Brenda, the that brave soul that was on there, you know, wow. Um, just This is what the Lord has ordained and sanctified us for, is to help the suffering. And it's such a deadly cycle, this you know, it seems it just people that I even thought for a while, way back when, just for a second, well, you know, that's their own business, and it is ultimately, you know, it is their own business when they stand ultimately in front of, when we all stand there, and we're either going to be clothed in righteousness, or we're going to be just as naked as a naked as a jaybird, uh, which we're all going to stand anyway. But he's going to spare us the embarrassment, the ones that are already straight. She just really, honestly, just, I was so riveted with her testimony and her bravery and all that she's doing. And also, I want to say that Lynn, considering all that us victims have been through, which, you know, we're not victims. It's just, that's just a state of of being, I guess. But and survivors isn't even the right thing. It's just overcomers, I guess, of that type of trauma. And again, everybody, they suffer, they deal with trauma differently. Like some people deal with rejection uh, completely differently. But the way both of you handled each other, considering this situation that we're all in, with being home and kind of, you know, almost close to the, you know, this side of irritability, and then on top of all the stuff, and then the stuff she's reciting and having to go through, and which is helping, it's helping a lot of people, and it's helping her. uh I guess it really depends on, you see, when you know you're helping someone, boy, that little bit of that review mirror is really, is blazing that trail that way. So that gets your words are all changed, you know. But I guess if you're reciting it to some person that's like, wow, you're just, it's almost like somebody in a cell that's telling you all you know, they're saying they're confessing, but really they're just, they're living in their sin by reciting their, you know, their transgressions. And it's, I mean, the devil can do that too. I mean, like I told you about that guy in the cell, and I had to really struggle with that because, you know, I am supposed to be a quote Christian now, and what does that mean? It really doesn't mean anything. It means you're just becoming closer to the truth that you were created to become, or not. You have free will, and I choose to spend mine right here with you guys. So, um, but let's see, what was I going to say about Brenda, um, or Barbara? Yeah, Barbara. I'll be praying for you also, along with, you know, June and Lynn and the other Lynn, and all of you, Tori, all of you. I have a, like I said, I pray and pray and pray. Steve, bunch of you, a whole bunch of you. And now we'll get to the praying part, because I didn't, like I said, I didn't plan this. I got a list of stuff, but I try not to go in order, because I can feel myself already. Once I start going, I just go. I just That's just how I'm gonna roll, because that's just the realest, most honest service I could offer you people. And you know, here, let me move this closer. So, um, but yeah, I've prayed for everybody, all of everybody, all of them, all the families, all of them. So when you think my head's in the clouds when it comes to praying for, I'm like in Mulan somewhere, I'm all just dazzled in this. Don't think for a minute that I've wept when someone asked me about and said, well, what about her heart? And I knew who was asking me, but when I said it because I really didn't want to offend anybody. But when I said it was beautiful, I knew that was wrong and I knew it was a lie. And I seen stuff that I seen in Ding Dong that I didn't like. And so I prayed. I prayed. You can go ahead and calculate if you want, not that you need to, but you calculate at 364 for 365 days, a year for however many years, 5 years daily, because that's what I was led to do. And it did not, did not return void. It just did not return the way that I fully expected. But now it answers a lot of questions as to why I seen and kept seeing the same thing in the eyes. The eyes. It's in the eyes. And it killed me because I wanted so bad to be wrong, because here I was, just like you said, well, you made us. No, no, I didn't. I didn't. And when I seen that, and that's why I was real careful on what I said. No, you said that. And I always knew, but I didn't like what I knew. And I didn't like, and the Lord knew I wasn't ready to know what I was becoming, what you guys are starting to realize. What has always been, but you're becoming so much more in tune now, and you're starting to walk in a way that is pleasing to our Creator. And He's like, this this is it. And even the ones that have been deceived, they're starting to pull out of there. They're going, wait a minute, man, we ain't getting none of this stuff. This stuff is all going bye-bye. We ain't getting nothing. This dude, this thing has been lying to us. We're not getting anything. That's all a big lie. And look, they've been picking us off left and right, left and right. And they really, it's all just one thing. And there's so much deception. And the further it goes down, the more intricate it gets, but the less attached it is to the source of the fallen, the source, the evil that is found in us, the ego, the pride, the death. So, and that's the thing. That's why we forgive them, for they know not what they do, because they don't even know. They've been duped. They don't know. They don't know. They're waking up. They're waking up left and right, thanks to you people. Everything you're doing, Tori, Millie, every single thing. Do you see them all come in last night? They come rushed in, and there's more looking than it shows right now. Yeah, I don't even pay attention. I just started doing that last night. I didn't know. I once in a while I'll look over here, but I'm not led. I do what I'm led to do. Do I always do what I'm led to do? No, but there's a lot of things that you'll never catch me doing ever. Now, do I have to? No, I've got free will. I could go back like a dog 5 minutes from now, but you know what? It'd be my luck that the Lord would decide, oh, you want to go ahead and after all that's, oh no. See, so I don't play that. That's why I don't say that to convince myself of that or even you. I say that because it's the truth, and you need to also adhere to that. That's what I want you to do because I love you. It's not about if you're smoking a cigarette. I don't want you to die. I don't want to hug you and smell that on you anyway. You're prettier than that. Just even your natural funk is it's better than that. Anyway, I don't know why I went off all that because I love you. That's why I don't. You ain't got to sweat all that little stuff. We're talking. There's ones that don't lead to death. I mean, they will, but we're talking about a different death here. This is a physical battle, and yes, that physical will. And once you come to that realization, like I did, wait a minute, man, maybe I shouldn't be chewing. Maybe that'll cause me to expire quicker, and maybe even though it might not cost me my soul because my heart's in the right spot and I'm trying, I do, and daily I just stay ready and this and that. And I'm not, first of all, I'm not being a very good example. It'd be like me up there, Dave down here, and she's up there promoting lip, you know. I didn't know we had a cat. What the hell is wrong with these men? Huh? We got frequent flyer miles on Botox or something. I don't get it. Now, if you want to do that's fine. Like I said, that's it's not my deal. If I I'm no better than anybody else. We're becoming that way, but when you are in a position that a lot of people are looking up to you for answers to the pain and the suffering that they're going through, and this is what you're showing them is the way to Valhalla. There you go. There it is, Axel Grease. There's your Valhalla. Excuse me. And you're up there. There's your husband down there, but really, we already know it's this coffee. That's the old kettle calling the your bad attitude excuse black. That's what that is. But yeah, so I just want to thank them. That was Lynn, and that was awesome. That was amazing. She dealt with her each other really well, considering everything. It's just not an easy time, and that's why I appreciate your prayers. Also, I really appreciate your prayers for everybody, everybody I mentioned yesterday, because I'm not going to just keep rehashing that. That's like that old symbol sometimes. But once you know it, you'll know, you know. So, and then you won't be so you won't feel maybe the way you might be feeling, unless I could be wrong. But like I said, I cover my base anyway because I care. I care, and I know how it is. I don't like to if I don't like to feel that way. I don't much because I know the truth, and I know I've seen already what my obedience will do, because I still have a good time, and I'm just, what do you so? I said, well, no, you're in prison. I said, well, no, I'm not. Well, you're here. You ain't out yet. You might have won, but you're not. I says, no, I says I'm out. I'm just not released. I've been free for a long time. These clowns here, they just need a little checkup. So I'm here to make sure and check a few things out and poke the tires a little bit, look around, do a little fire inspection, and make sure that they got all their. And we'll get to that mace and why they carry that stuff now. It's sad why it had to, why what it took to get to that. But so thank you, and I really appreciate that was so awesome from Barbara and Lynn. I just that's one I'm going to watch again. I'm going to watch that one again probably tomorrow, because those are the kind that you watch again. And I'm praying. I'll be praying every single day that the Lord continues to enlarge your territory, just as He had Jabez, blesses you indeed, keeps you from evil, causing evil, harm of any kind to anybody else. Because sometimes we can do that and not even know it. We can do that. It's kind of easy to do. That's why we don't put our faith in people. We can put our trust in them, but you can't put your faith in them. Not unless you know that they've died for your sins, and then then you might be onto something there, because that's something that's one heck of a thing to atone for. That's a lot of past, present, and future. That's a lot of muck to wade through right there, man. That's a weight Talk about a burden. Whew. That's a burden. That burden will kill you. That's a beast of burden right there. Hmm. Yes, people. And it ain't about the steeple. You heard what he said. I know. Just the king's gesture. So thank you for the prayers for Elizabeth, for Liz. I appreciate that, and the other young lady. And I want to say about the first, by the way, when that came on, it was almost like a test. When on Tor's thing, I want to brush over this because I was led today when I was in the rub a dub dub. I started laughing. Of course, our heavenly Father. He has an awesome sense of humor. You know that, right? Once, just like my counselor, once they know that they can give you a hug, and they're like that, they're going to give you a hug. That's not something that you just do to your people on your caseload. But when he knows you've come to a spot, where you can be ribbed a little bit and you can laugh at yourself because your heart's in the right spot. Because he's not laughing at sin. No, 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 that's not it. He's laughing at good, clean fun because he knows, you know, he's right here, walked, became flesh, right? So nothing was said. Everybody's waiting. And I'm thinking, why is everything so quiet? Of course, the chat's going up. All these people, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. And I know Millie's sitting here going, okay, roll it. And she said, okay, roll it. We're rolling it, and just waited. And I'm almost thinking that she probably had her, and she's like, because I said, there's something isn't right here. I just don't know what it is, but that's not right. That's not right. Now, it has nothing to do with that type of woman at all. Though. So that's seriously why I don't have an issue with that. That's why I don't put myself in situations as to why I don't just have the first drink for a reason. Because I love you people. I love myself, and I seek ye first the kingdom. So when I seen all that, it almost like time just stopped, right? I'm looking, I'm like, everything stopped. And I heard God say, he said, what are you doing? I said, walking. And he started laughing. He started laughing and laughing and said, it's pretty good, huh? She got you. She threw one right out there. And of course, that's you looked and you went, well, wait a minute. That's not that's out of character here. But considering and so what are you going to do now? What are you going to do now? Huh? Scribe? No, I'm serious. And I started laughing. I'm half retarded when it comes to academics. But he said that. What are you going to do now, scribe? What are you going to write now? Laughing. He's laughing at me. This is our creator laughing at me because she is going, oh no. I can feel it now. I sense it. Shut it down. Say it right now. Oh God, I won't say that word because just we hate sin. Let's just say that we hate sin because hate's not a good word. Hate really is bad, 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 bad game of backgammon. It's but it's just hating sin is good. So I was just, and it happened so fast that if my heavenly Father, and he just, oh, it was funny. It's funny to him. He's still giggling. He's laughing now a little bit because it happened so fast, yet everything seemed to stop. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't know he had a cat. And you're like, yeah, that's right. That's right, Mr. Roy boy. That's right. And we don't have a cat of that nature. See, that cat got neutered. That's the cat that you definitely Mr. Yeah. It was just funny. Not that I didn't even think to go there. I was just I just looked right in the corner and I went, wait a minute, that's like a little smudge on my screen or something on there. What's so? Yeah, it all happened so fast, and yet it just seems like yesterday. Anyway, no, honey, you're on tune. You're in tune now. You see, I guess test every spirit. I mean, it's a double edged sword. You know, it's especially when it's true, when it's good. You know, when it's pure, when your heart's in the right spot. I mean, you can't. How can you argue? You can't even defend yourself. Something like that. You just can't. When you want to try, it's one of them good lashings that you say, "Yes, ma'am. May I have another?" I'm gonna move that over there so I can. I just really enjoy looking out this window. I don't. This room is Jackie. Ooh, Jackie Blue. Yeah, just like that. Just like the old. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a little more coffee, and then I'll bring up the yeah what I was just gonna bring up about swinging from the yeah, you're scaring people, but you're not scaring us anymore. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll just keep this. That's what it was. It was that monkey swinging from the trapeze, fooling everybody, but you don't fool me. Don't fool us no more. Mm-mm. We're not getting fooled again. Okay, so let's see what else do we have. So Barbara, and Barbara. Here I had to write this down here. And yes, it is going away. Like you said, well, it's not going away, and I understand where you might have been coming. I'm just going to add to that. I'm not saying that it's that you weren't that you weren't that you were or weren't insinuating anything, but you said that it's just it's not going away, but it is. It's all that bad stuff all going away. It's all going away. It's going away, and in a real rude awakening kind of a way. It's already happening. I can't believe it. It's like, oh my goodness, this whole thing. Talk about flipping the script. Let's see, and then Liz, I gotta check on her. She was supposed to leave. Let's see. Oh, and Mr. L, you look great this morning. That's why I shared your deal. Not that you look great, but just because I wanted to support your beloved wife, and I didn't want you to feel left out. But I do love you too. I love you all. I'm not you too, but you also. You two is just a band, and that's our little thing, our little ring a ding thing for now. might change that hopefully to something else. When let's see, and then Tim Kilmer. Yeah, I'll brush. I won't. I won't bring that up right now. I'll do that here a little bit later. Um. Oh, and the change. Oh yeah, and you see in people, you see all the changes. Like I was saying, all the you just start seeing all that. You might see negative here and there, but you're in certain individuals. You're starting to really they're starting to ramp up, and then other people are standing out on their own little you know little platforms now and taking risks that just it's really helping out a lot of people. That's the thing. It might seem so insignificant, but it's really not. It's more it's such it's so more it's so it's a lot more simple than what I ever thought it would be. I always thought, God, there's I've got to learn more because I don't want to miss something. And that's why I stayed up all the time, man. Everybody was like, "Geez, you are a diehard." Well, I would work real hard at trying to get a couple people to stay up to drink with me, but it's like I was going to miss something, and that's just part of dysfunction too. But oh, now I really appreciate my sleep, but just wanting to, you're going to miss anything if you just take your time and enjoy the moments that you're in. And, like Tori was saying, that patience is difficult, but like I said, I would have slapped the crap out of that pizza delivery guy long, long time ago. You remember when Domino's, if you're, I'm just messing around, sweetie. I just because it was just a bet. It was right over home plate. Because if we can't laugh, right? Let me try to fix this because it was all my heart's in the right spot. Well, you remember what's her I call it? Marissa Tomei said to little Opesci is right before she went to bed in the motel. He was studying and stuff, and she said, "That's right, don't mess it up." That's right, buddy. You don't mess it up. Well, thanks for your encouragement, honey. And I just mean that because I really it's not a dig or anything like that. It's cute. It's real life. It's none of this little peaches and cream, although that's good for a snack at night. I'm talking about it's real life and it's real. It's not none of this leave it to beaver stuff. Although that's all good too, and that happens. But their life happens also, and so we got to deal with life and not pretend like everything's just. Although it will be, and it's actually pretty nice considering man, everything that's going on. That's because our starting to ramp up now, man. I can feel it. Whew, man, I can feel your guys' prayers, and oh boy, today today's a good day. Today's a real good day. But then I was gonna bring up Ruth because I just noticed something, and you guys probably noticed this a long time ago. All these Ruths, like I was thinking about Ruth, my German Shepherd, and then of course there's Ruth Dykman, awesome Ruth Dykman that gave her mansion that I don't know where that's at right now. I'd like to know where that's at. Not that it really matters, because like Danny said, that's none of that's even going to matter, and he's right about that, and a lot of other things. So there's Ruth and Ruth Dykman, and then there's of course there's put a T, and it's just truth. Bunch of different stuff that I noticed. I guess I don't want to start with Ruth because then I'm gonna ruin some of the. I'm gonna be a spoiler alert for a flick snitch for later on when I get to Shasta County, because it's actually a pretty neat story. Well, it's all a real neat story. It's a nice little journey, but There are a lot of tragedies, but it's a love story. Always love always triumphs. Light always prevails. Well, that was beginning, right in the beginning. That was it. So let's see. But yeah, that's that right there. The whole thing, dark, black, black. I couldn't believe it, and that's why that old scripture verse: "The outside, you clean the outside, and oh, it's clean. It looks real good." Well, what about so and so? And I said, "Oh, so and so is just." Well, what about so and so's heart? They asked me that twice, and I thought that was kind of odd, but and then when I said it for the benefit of other people. I really did. Just like for the reason I got these tattoos. I didn't get them for myself. I just wanted to fit in. Oh, when I got them, I thought they were pretty cool. Don't get me wrong. As a matter of fact, I was kind of like a little walking billboard, even though nothing real extensive. Got my smellies wanting, right in their family. Hey, man, you need to get this hooked up with that. Send this person that because I want my regular deal. I want to interrupt my regular weekly package so I can get this. There was stuff way more extensive than mine. Way more, like what that dragon had. I got it finished, but there's a reason why I didn't get that thing finished. So I'm just saying though, that, that's just how things can little things like that can spark a kind of like the leggings. And I understand they're comfortable, but for God, for the love of God, you know us men how perverse we are by nature. We can't. You're gonna have, our heads are gonna fall off, even the ones that aren't doing it on purpose. I mean, their hearts are in the right spot, but once you realize that, do us all a favor and yourself, and just cover up. Wear them, but just someone might say, "Are you serious? It's my body. I can do what I want with." Yes, it is, and there is really a thing called reckless eyeballing, and men have a difficult time with that. It doesn't always lead to other things, but it can sure spawn a lot of ugly stuff because as a person thinketh, so they are, and it's just not a good thing. Not to mention, I wouldn't want to see my wife or future wife running around in them anyway. Because I know how men are. I know. So does Yeshua. He knows too. He walked. He did the whole circuit. In a sense, now we're just finishing it. That's all we're doing. He got the ball. He got the soil dug up. Now we're laying it right on in there. You got to start with that. Got to start with that square. Well, you don't have to, but I'm not even a carpenter. I mean, I am, but not like these carpenters out here that can just build, your guys the Taj Mahal, but where everything's like a Swiss timepiece. But I get the idea, and I know that if you try to fudge a little here, it might be a little here, but by the time you're there, then shit, man, the inside of the bowl looks great, but by the time you get to the finished product, you got cat poop in there. You just don't know where. It's just a little piece, and it you might think, how do you know you're not going to get? You might not. Isn't that something that played in a baby shower, right? Where you get the but so here, let's see what else do I got here. Oh, and I want to say something about Casey on uh uh Enter the Stars. Enter the Stars, and it's Tammy G E George George Tammy George. Noticed today, just I went in the chat from earlier was on, so I decided after I did what I needed to do, communing with my father, that I was going to go by and look, and I noticed that, oh man, she started to remind me of Lynn. Uh, over Lynn on Diamond and Silk, where every time I go over there, she's always just, and I'm thinking, this lady, and I listen, I'm not trying to say that everybody should be like this. I'm just saying this really impressed me. And yeah, I get it. We're not in an impressive environment right now. We got to make do with what we got, and that's why we're trying to unite together. That's what really what I'm trying to do right now is get a hug from everybody, a handshake or something, or at least a howdy or a hi. That's why I said I'd like to see you guys in a better way when I was going down to old Axel Greases, but yeah, they weren't going to have that, and there was other things that needed to take place there too. But it's happening. So, but yeah, I want to thank her because that's what and I'm not saying that you need to, in the, you know, and I got to keep my yeses and nos too, because if I sit there and try to over explain to you or under explain or try to over explain why I'm under explaining or over explaining something, it's going to seem like I'm being deceptive, and that's not it. So if that's what it seems like, get over it, because I'm going to. And I mean that in a very respectful way, because my heart's in the right spot. When I seen her doing that, it just warmed my heart, because people right now in this, what's going on right now, what this enemy is doing to us here, and he's doing it to all of us. We're all in this together, family. Or you're checking out somewhere, and we don't want that. So, because you didn't give yourself life, and you can't take yours away. That's not that's one of the unforgivable right there. That's definitely blasphemy. There would have been no. You'd have been better off just being flat out, just completely cold all the way around. You want to talk about foreigner, sweetie? But so yeah, she just impressed me. I was like, wow, man. And she's always kind of nice. You could tell that's just the kind of person that she is. But I mean, really, just making people feel welcome and stuff like that. Made me feel welcome. I thought, well, I might not have said anything on Sabbath, but then again, I might have. I just do whatever the Lord leads me to do, because that's just what I'm going to do. And that's probably not all right, but sometimes you got to go left to get right. Not an excuse, but so yeah, man. Pardon me, not man, ma'am. Pardon me, ma'am. May I have another? Yeah, don't mess it up, boy. Just don't mess it up. I won't. I'm not gonna. And I'm not messing that up, sweetie. It don't ever matter. I've seen you without makeup, baby. I've seen you. I've seen you when you was in the tub when you were doing all that the stuff and you had no makeup at all. And I was like, who's that? Didn't look nothing like you. I was like, oh, she doesn't have her makeup on. Well, I've been around long enough. I've sat and talked to my friends that sat and put their makeup on for it took hours. I'm like, man, come on, this is nuts. I'm gonna get out of here. Remember the old I don't know if you remember. I remember watching my cousins. They would put they would get the curl there. They had the little crimper. They would put makeup on me. I forgot. I wasn't going to say that's not even in the book. There's only one viewer, right? Okay, yeah. They put makeup on me. They said, "Oh God, he's a cute little." I said, "Oh no." I remember that. That was April. She was dating this Mexican guy, Dale. He used to Abbey Road. That's where I got into Abbey Road. This was right when things really started getting real weird. My mom was just starting to leave us, but she at least at this time she was leaving us with my cousin April from down in Kent, and right down from our below us used to own that deli, that malt shop. All the girls worked in the my aunts and stuff, but yeah, and I met him later on. That's why I brought him up. I met him later on through Bonnie when I was going to go knock Bob Cross out with that little Mariner baseball bat. Yep, I ended up meeting him. Sure enough, did. And I said, "Oh my gosh, you're that dude that used to come over to my house a long time ago, and you were dating my cousin. You were, he was not supposed to be there." But and then things started going. Then, phew, and we were being left with people. I don't know what the hell happened, but something. Homney Place was not the place. I would rather I'd take April and then my other cousin Bonnie. She used to, oh man, she used to say, "Well, I'm leaving now." I said, "Well, where are you going?" It's just me and Ronnie, and then little Shane. He was already in bed. He was just tiny. He was just a little thing. Because this is right after Fred had passed. She's like, "Well, I'm leaving." Right after she'd watch a scary movie. Oh, she thought it was funny. She was quite a bit older. And she's probably, if she's going to watch it, she's going to laugh. She's going to like, I did do this. She's the one that ended up with that 62.5 Nova that my mom had on South Angeline years ago. She ended up with that car. That car stayed in the family or enough to, for her to get a few years down the road. Man, that thing is worth some serious bread now. I'd love to have that thing. That's a light little piece there. I'd have put a 327 in that and rock that right on through the roof. Red interior, had stock red interior. Now I'm getting off track. So anyway, she says, "All right, well, long blonde hair. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. Her, Lori, all of them, all the girls on that were pretty." And she says, or probably still are. I haven't seen them in a while. Ever since Willie killed himself and stuff, everything just went to crapper. And I am gonna quit cussing because I told you guys I was fuzzy wuzzy, and I really want to, and I'm gonna because it's foul. I shouldn't be doing that. And I told you I was, and I had for just a second, and I don't want to again appear to be deceptive. Just things are kind of I get tripped up too, so I apologize. But she says I'm leaving. I'm like, well, where are you going? The scary movie's not quite over yet. You sure you don't want to finish it after you've already got me all scared and I'm hiding under the couch now? Oh no, I gotta go. I said, go where? You're supposed to be watching us. And she says, no. She says, your mom called me. I says, no, I didn't hear the phone ring at all. I didn't. Oh yeah, it was a boy. You want to talk about psychological warfare? I thought her and my ex, man, you guys must have been like oh, itchy and scratchy. So she leaves. She leaves. She says, don't worry, I'm gonna lock the door. I'm gonna lock the door. Hear it click. We used to have a little push button. Remember the little click, little one that you could just take just something else and just click it on the other side through the little hole. She clicked it, and of course, she probably didn't know this. And I'm just saying now, I know this now for you guys. If you have them old ones, you don't want those. So she clicked it. I heard. She goes, "Listen, I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna leave, and you guys will be fine here. Don't worry." She knew I was scared. Oh man, I was sweating bullets. So she locks the door, and she acts like she's leaving, and she's left, long left in my mind, and I'm thinking, oh God, we're getting killed. Ronnie, I said it's over. I said Jason or whoever it was we were watching, Freddie, somebody was coming to get us, and it wasn't Mom. I'll tell you that right now. And I couldn't get far enough under that damn couch. Oh, forgive me, I'm just cussing again. I couldn't get that far under that couch. I couldn't, and so she knew I was going to. I first thing I did is I ran over and I shut the TV off. That's the first thing I had to shut that thing off because that was one of the portals that demon was coming right on through. And so I shut that down, but I couldn't get out from under that bed when I was watching The Exorcist, could I? It's just me and that little salamander. Boy, that ruined me for almost a week. So you see that we had that HBO. That's why there was scary movies all the time. Guess that was one of the props if you want to babysit. I hear the window starting to open up, slide open in my room. And I'm like, this cannot be happening. My window is opening up right now. And I hear someone climbing through the window and breathing really super hard. And this wasn't good, people. This was bad, bad, bad. It was such in bad taste that I could literally, I was drowning on just straight adrenaline. I was so scared that I just knew I was going to die. I just knew it. And so I feel this arm. I hear the person walking down the stairs, and I feel this arm grab my leg, and I'm literally I'm urinating all over myself right now. I'm peeing everywhere, and I look, and it's this long, dark-haired freak of a woman with a bandana on and just cackling, and I'm flipping out, and I get away, and she gets my brother, and he's crying, and she ends up taking the wig off. She got one of my mom's wigs out of there, and she, oh man, one of her bandanas. She used to put her hair up. My mom used to put her hair up in rollers, and the old little black, like a wire roller with looked like a little bottle cleaner, snipped off, stuck inside there, and I forgot I even remembered that that's what those looked like, little bottle cleaner in there. I was like, God, how did you remember that? And then the little plastic little picks that went in there, like the Asian little chopsticks for the hair to keep the hair back, the hair bun, which I collect if I see those are kind of worth money, and hat pins. So before I get off on an antique kick, uh, so so would someone do me a favor, please? Would they just? Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna say, let me know, where were we? So it's Bonnie, and she's laughing. Oh, she's laughing. Oh, she's laughing. She's laughing right now, probably. God's not laughing though. It wasn't funny. It really wasn't very funny because I lost it. I was that was some serious stuff there, boy. I was so scared, man. It was crazy. But let's see. Yeah, that was really cool of you, Tammy. That's neat. It's just you see that you're seeing it. People starting to really, you know, become their best selves. And you starting to see people just realize that in becoming their best selves, it's okay to so excuse me, it's okay to be wrong. It's all right. It's just part of life. I guess it's what we do with it, really. And it's not. I guess I know for a fact it's what we do with it because you know I'm living proof that there is a God, and He does love each and every one of us. So let's see what else. So June. Well, of course, I pray from June every day. And oh, and John and Patricia, John and Patricia Hall, Cutting Edge. That was awesome. Yesterday, that was really a good segment, and just you know, I know I say this a lot, but don't be so hard on yourself. I get that way sometimes. You gotta you're all you're all fleshed in with and then in a good way. You got your family and stuff. You're fine. There ain't nothing. You're a little bit better off, I think, than you might realize. And so there's really nothing that you can do or say while your heart's in the right spot, as you know, it can be discerned by the word. Remember, it's a discerner of the thought intent of the heart. And so I almost um, kind of feel bad in a way that you would feel if you do even a little remotely bad, that maybe you are, yeah, it's that's the enemy. That's all the enemy. And you got to let whatever little thing, if there's anything, yeah, yeah, he's got the right man at the head of that household. So you're and boy, you're you're really, if you believe in luck, I'm going to use that probably more than I should, because it's a mockery of him. It's a mock that keeps on mocking, and that's the thing. That's really what that is, and that's the thing. Who's mocking who? Really? I mean, look at where you supposedly came from, and look at where I came from, and look where I'm going, where I've been. What do you ride in on, Danny? What do you ride in on? Would you say a colt, a donkey, a rock, a bush, a bush, a Judas? Oh yeah. Uh huh. So he'll use even something that might have been pre-predicted to get people to wake up to an idea. But people that woke up to the idea, that it gave us a little bit of grace enough to where those that are for that idea, that is not the nails and the lumber, like Danny was saying, they're real. A few of them are coming out. And they're going, wait a minute, that's not what we're building. There's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, and we're not going to build it with our hands. It's going to be done in a twinkling of an eye. But believe me, it's ours, and all that gold, you better believe it. It's not just a reflection. It's a transparent reality. It's a metaphor that is so literal that you're going to be able to see through it. It's and you're like, well, I've never seen transparent gold. Well, you're fixing to, if you just stick it out with me. And that doesn't mean you got to marry me, sweetheart. That's not what that means. You'll be sticking it out with me either way. And I said I wasn't going to do that until we've finally, and I'm going to write that letter. Like I said, I'm going to write it. I've got the address. It's just that, like I said, it's probably not going to be, this, I don't know. I'm just saying, I remember what I said. All that writing, that was beautiful. If somebody's heart was in the right spot, and I got a little irritated because I was just doing 4 hours, and I guess this is just an excuse, but I apologize. If it is, I'll get straightened out over it. But that's just a lot of stuff to write, to tell me about some link chain and stuff that, if you've been following my stuff, like the person on my Facebook, why would you want a picture of me? Why would you explain this stuff to me when you know this is stuff I don't understand? And if your heart was in the right spot and you were just trying to understand it to make conversation so we could get to know each other, that's great. But send me a text and let me know. And that way, maybe I'll be able to isolate that and be able to, because there's a lot of crossfire going on. You got to remember also, and well, you don't have to remember, but I would like you to, for my future wife, is that I'm also going through stuff too, because the enemy is using other people who have been very a very intricate part of my life. Unfortunately, not the healthiest part, but an intricate part. And so when they sense this stuff is going on, they're like, even though this stuff, that had been cut from the cluster had been cut from the vine a long time ago in my eyes. Period. But you know what I'm saying? When you're in a situation where you're in close proximity, sometimes that entitlement kind of gets creeped up in there, and that control, that the Satan loves to Con- control and conquer. And I guess sometimes, like I said, sometimes you'll get three answers. It depends on, sometimes words have three meanings. Well, that's a good thing, and that could be a negative thing. And yes, a negative thing could be just a matter of perception. But right now, when it's not, when it does, when it brings direct harm, trauma, or confusion to my world, it's negative, and I don't want no part of it. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't. Sure, I'll go through it with somebody. That's it. But when the negative starts out overruling the good, after a while, what happens? You're gonna just go and jump in, and every drowner that you don't even know how to swim, and you're gonna jump in there and try to. Man, like I said, what's something I've learned is even from kids that are drowning, unless you're trained, man, sometimes it's best to let them tucker themselves out a little bit and then get behind them and then get right behind their neck, and because they're scared, and then get them up on your chest, and so they can't get nowhere near you and pull you down, because that's exactly what they'll do, and they won't even mean to do it. They'll just do it just out of just trying to save their own life. That's just what they'll do. That's self-preservation. I got to get some more coffee, because I'm gonna run this until, because it looks like that uh the baby went to their dads, both of the babies, with my daughter. So I'm gonna try to run this. I'm gonna try to run it. I'm gonna run it. We got 117. Oh man, we're just getting warmed up, man. We're just getting that truck fired up, man. That thing, like I said, that thing runs. It's got so much compression in it. It's retarded. It's not retarded. It runs like a champ. It's just so on time. It's really a blessing. Can't wait to tell you that testimony on and he reminded me. He goes, "Oh no," and I thought it's because I'd known him for a long time. If anything, that wouldn't have got me the truck, right? That'd have got me a swift kick in the ass. No, I love Dean. He's a good he's a he that I love that man. He's a good guy. He really is a good guy. Really a shame, man, when he got jumped like that. He's never been the same. He's not slow or retarded. He's really sharp. Oh, he's real sharp. He can tell you about any kind of mineral or rock, or he's a rock hound. I gotta peel that off the back of that truck, because I'm not a rock hound, although I do go out and dig stuff up and stuff. I don't. He knows everything about all the. He can tell you all the stuff about I just like him. I just like him. I don't know all the stuff. I haven't sat and studied. That guy can tell you everything about all the stuff, and he goes out and gets sage, and he drives down to Arizona, and he drives all over and just, does shows, and he likes dealing with people like I do. I like being around people. You would think I wouldn't, because it used to be I'd have to be stoned. I don't like being in a store unless I was like medicated on weed. Isn't that weird? But then I could go to the flea market. I don't know, maybe because I don't know. It's crazy. It's the weirdest thing. I like dealing with people, talking to people. I just love people. I always have. But then, I don't trust people. That's the craziest thing. And it's not people I don't trust. It's the devil in them. But I'm gonna get some more coffee, and so yeah, that's just amazing. And I'm gonna try to go back on Lynn's Warriors. I'm gonna try to have my son help me. He got postponed on his work, so that's a blessing. And yes, I let hair grow on my arms and just on my lower legs, but nowhere else, man. That's just because I didn't want to clog up the hole. I'd have it all off me, if I could. But there's only, Nair isn't cheap, and they got us in a financial crisis right now. So I'm really thankful for what I have. My If it wasn't for my family, even the ones that I'm not given a gratuitous kickback for my spot on the floor, which I really, honestly, I things wouldn't be running the way they do. And I'm not being arrogant. That's just the way it is, and they know that. They know how they know how their dad, they know how I am. It was and will always be. They just know. They know. Even in my worstest of worst, even in my most, and that's one thing. Well, there's more than one thing, because the Lord says, no, there's more, son. But you go ahead and you just keep it at one, because you're going to get off track, and then you're gonna start sounding like you're buttering your own muffin. But I, even in my darkest days, in my worst condition, I always seem to be blessed. And now, and even just saying that tasted sweet, but I know it wasn't from my own well, because I was that they say that stolen bread is sweet when eaten in secret. That's adultery right there. That's what you think, until that stuff just, what that stuff does in your gut, right? It just ferments that, just all that evil. People that think that they're all. That's why they keep doing that same thing over and over. You're like, well, I thought that's supposed to make you satisfied. Well, why are you like a mad hatter? Now we're back to now we're back to them hats. God, what a freak show that was. Willy Wonka. They already put the subtle little hints in the first one, but it was still, because we're innocent. And that's the thing. If we're innocently watching it, you know, but we know that there's some underlying condensations or condensate or whatever they're, not condensations, that's on the window, but there's just underlying little, maybe, man, we might want to do something about it. But if you don't know, and then you look back, and it's, what do you do? Because someone made a joke, and I thought it was pretty funny. Old Grandpa Joe, not Little Joe, the one that used to do the Kermit on Overboard. I really love him. God, Goldie and them. Joe. Uh, no, I just got, because I was thinking about you. And yes, I'm going to use that as an excuse, and that's a darn good excuse. Not an excuse to be late, unless I really, honestly, legitimately had a flat tire. Not an excuse to, make you cry. Although that might happen. I'm going to do what I can to be right there, to just be right there, and not an excuse to scare you. And that's never going to happen. I'm certain of that. Of course, you're gonna be laughing a lot. I'm sure you're gonna be laughing. I love your smile too. See, I caught you when you, and this is good. And I'm just gonna tell you, because you got me yesterday. You got me yesterday with old little Miss Orphan. I would never, ever, 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 ever. That's definitely sayonara, Miss America, Miss American Pie. You can have. I don't want it. That is definitely, that's homie isn't, no Krusty the Clown. Mm-mm. Not only one horse in this little circus for this little old clown. No, just chew. It's just chew until, unless, I don't know. And again, there we go. You said, dang it, Roy. Remember, Roy, you need to repent of your sins, and I do every single day. I do them before I even sin. I pray, and I pray, and I thank good Lord for each and every one of you, and I feel your prayers, and I'm like, man, these people are just amazing. And he's like, they are, aren't they? I'm like, yes, they are. They really are. He's like, man, this is we created this. Remember, he said, in our we. Well, who is that becoming? And you see how they love to mock, because they know They know that the more you seek out your true identity, truth, you're going to find freedom. From what? You ask? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Death. Death. See, because once sin, the death came in, but that's a done deal now. And it don't want you to know that at all. Because it's done, and it don't want God to have anything to come back to. So it's told this lie for all this time and getting all these elite, all these are called clowns that have, and it's taken, they're all deceived. Do you know that they're all deceived? They're all deceived. There's just a few that are actual demons, wrapped in humans, and that switches up. They go just like that fallen. It's kind of like that. They do incantations. These people, they're in it. They do some weird stuff. Evil stuff's coming to an end. It's all people that are they're pulling out of it. They're like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. But you guys have lied. This is all a lie. We're not getting any of this. Yeah, this is it. You guys might as well lick the Cheeto dust off your fingers. And that cat, to the almond roca factory with it. But I want to say, I got you. I got you when you didn't know that camera was on and you were sitting there and you were looking and you smiled and Gavin was doing something and you're like, man, I think we're live. And I'm like, yeah, sweetheart, you're live. This is what you look like natural. See, this is your most beautiful state. See, hey, it's all nice, fine, and dandy, and I get it. And again, I'm going to apologize for all you people, and I'm not dogging anybody that sits there real proper and sits there like this. I like Sticks today. I even checked him out a little bit, and now he's holding his. I might take this off here and just hold this damn thing. I might just do this, man. He's done giving me a good idea. I'm shutting the shade because I already give the neighbors a good earful. They don't need. They're already over there going, man, Roy, would you stop? I'm just messing around. They're good people, real good people. It's so beautiful here, even after all the stuff they're doing, trying to. Because she can. Oh, Mother Earth can rejuvenate. She can, yeah, but not. They know. They keep putting the boots to it. They can only take so much. They can get as many souls as they can, enough to where Satan can mock God completely. Oh, there ain't nothing here. We'll just force his hand and then lie to all these people we are infiltrating and deceiving and putting at the forefront in entertainment, the music industry, science, all this stuff, and then all us good people, you secular intelligent people that get compartmentalized, because they'll use you people too, just like they do Tawana here at the food service. She could be running her own dang business. Ran mine right into the ground. She could be running her own, but is so messed up, can't seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. But anyway, so they got these people all fooled up thinking, and I'm going to run it again like I did yesterday, because this is what's really happening. And they think that they're just going to get rid of us, and then they're going to quit putting the boots to her so bad, because they got their own little air they can puff on. They got their own little water and their own little stuff. Seriously, and then they think it's going to all just rejuvenate, which it would have. See, their little plan, it's actually it's a sick, twisted little plan, but if there was no God that actually cared about us, it would work. It would actually work. So that's the other thing, which is really sad in itself, but it's a reality. So, and the Lord knew that, and he loves us, so he's not going to let that happen. He's got to have something to come back to. I mean, for the love of truth, he created us in that very truth. And so, and he's seen it was good. So it's all going back to its original dominion. And so So they've all been lied to. They're all been lied to. It's just Satan and his little fallen angels that have gotten all these people who really there's not as many as you might think. There's way more of us. Well, most of them are all just sleeping. But there's way more of us that are in the dark than the ones that are actually pulling the strings. And so making having them think that they're the superior race, and that they're going to live for eternity, that they're this that the sun god is their eternal life giver, and is the one that's going to, because they believe, these people got faith so strong that a lot of you wouldn't even believe. I've seen stuff you wouldn't believe. I have literally stood at the staircase of hell when I was in Ryther Child Center. I kid you not. This guy named not Bob Cross. That was it was Bob something. This guy was he was a witch, he was a warlock, he whatever you want to call him, but I seen it. Anyway, I'm going to get off track. So that's really what's going on here. That's what's happening. And the gold that it's reaping, the gold, all it is it's just money. That's all it is. It's the love of it. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a you notice how everything's going back to back to gold. It's going back to gold. That's because that gold in its finest state. Here, I'm going to shut this down. I'm going to go get some coffee. I'll be right back. All right. My son, he thinks he's a comedian. He is pretty funny though. Genuinely funny. So yeah, man, that's what's going on with that gold thing. And that gold, oh boy, that gold. I'll tell you what, something else. Yeah, maybe I will learn about it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not really into the schoolwork type thing. So when I seen that, I think it was, what was it? I think it was on Mr. Pounders. John was talking about that, the link chain and the Bitcoin and stuff like that. And like I said, I've heard of it. I've heard of the Bitcoin a long time ago. I heard about it, but I didn't really. I know there's some people in prison that play stuff on pirated on phones and stuff that they get in, and they support their families on stuff they do from inside. Believe it or not, they make that much money. I didn't know that till just the other day from a pretty reliable source. Let's see. So, yeah, that's it. New heaven, new earth, and it's all ours. So that's what's. And I started seeing that. Like I said, I started seeing when I knew something was going on, people, when I started seeing, because my eyes aren't the best, man. My eyes aren't the best. And I know, but I started seeing colors different. They were more vibrant, and the greens were way greener. And I didn't even know there was that many shades of green. Now I know there's a lot of shades of green in the palette, just in the pigments, all the different shades of green that exist. But I I just seen them in a different fashion. It's almost like you could taste that color, almost like swallowing colors from the sounds I hear. And yes, we get crazy, but in a good kind of way. So yeah, I just thank you guys, and I see the difference. I see it in it, and it gives. That's what hope is: substance of things hoped for, evidence of things unseen. Well, there's your faith right there. People go, well, wait a minute. Well, there's our answer right there. You see, we get it as we go. But if you don't stand out on something, how you gonna go anywhere? How you gonna go anywhere? He didn't just stand in one spot. And he came to her. He came to her. He showed himself to her first. They were all running to the tomb. And here's, you know, it's just pretty simple. But they want to complicate it in doctrine. All in doctrine gobbledygook. You don't have to be right about everything. You just have to be right about one thing, which has three parts. And once you fasten yourself to that plumb line and you start walking that way, a lot of stuff starts happening. Eternity starts becoming. Because there's going to be a new heaven and new earth, all right. Ain't nothing here going to be built by our hands. It's going to be built by, what's going to be built by is the death of our flesh through the anointing right here. Oh, and then it's going to be in a twinkling of an eye. It's going to all be the way it was to begin with dominion. Oh, people might not like that one. Well, they're talking about dominion now, right now. See, I understand that if that's what their misconception is. Oh, but there is going to be original, exactly how it was in Genesis, exactly how it was, exactly how it was. I was noticing something else in here too, and hadn't planned on this, but I was reading this today in Genesis. Where was it in Genesis something? In Genesis something, because I don't remember. I don't, like I said, dominion right here. Let's see, that's Genesis. Genesis 1:27. God created man in his image. In a divine image, he created man, female, male and female, he created them. Yeah. Evening came, morning followed the sixth day. And remember what Danny was talking about. He was talking about it's because we were created on the sixth day. I've been saying that, right? And somebody said I sent me a text something about told you so, but now I'm gonna something told you. It's not good to tell people you told them so, but here's the thing. Really, honestly, there ain't gonna be I told you so. It's gonna be you're gonna see it. It's gonna be oh like Mr. L. It's gonna be the longest oh as far as the east is to the west, as far as the east is to the west. It's gonna be you want to talk about an O. It's gonna be an O. And but yeah, so that's it. We're Oreo. That's funny. And these things are garbage. They're hello from Sweden. Oh, Sweden. Hey, well, hello, Sweden. I'd like to go to Sweden. I really would. Hopefully, it'll still be in a divine condition. Otherwise, I'll just have to just enjoy it once it gets back to its original dominion right here. Dominion. That's another thing. Speaking of you oh yes, I really should. Matter of fact, I'm hoping that because now I'll just go ahead and veer off onto this subject real quick. I was really hoping, because that's part of faith, substance things hoped for, evidence of things unseen, that I could get. I I actually had some ideas that, again, I was hoping that somebody that was in a higher position that I'm learning now, it's not going to really even matter, would be able to help me because of the pickle I have gotten myself into, or help get myself into, I should say, in fairness to myself. And them too, even them ding dongs, they didn't deserve some of the stuff that they had worked so hard to mold me into being, but not becoming. See, they ain't getting this one. This one here, this one's good. But I'd like to get somewhere and not be restricted. What the pickle I'm in is being restricted as I was getting to. I apologize. Sometimes I will trail a little bit, but blazed with really good intentions. Dug so much fire trail. Oh, I found some really neat stuff. I'll have to share some this amber I found on this last dig I did when I was at Larch Mountain. But the pickle of being restricted on where I can go when I want to go because of, let's say, a nonviolent, which are all nonviolent felonies that I have. So I have nothing that, but I've found out through other people. Like I can't go to Canada. Well, I would love to go visit Canada. And there's a lot of people in Canada I would like to go visit. And I've been there when I was a young lad, and I played soccer up there, and I stayed up there. Like I said, I think we were up there on an exchange when I played for soccer for uh, uh, this team. We had an exchange, and we went up there for, I think it was a week, maybe 2 weeks. But it was beautiful. I really enjoyed. And I remember clearly what Canada, at least the part I was in, and I believe we were in British Columbia, part of British Columbia, just not far over the border here. But what fascinated me about that place I had never been to, and now they say I can't go back to because of my shenanigans. Which wow, then why would Yeshua have come to die for our sins if people are gonna how can you judge a person's character, content of their character by by what they've done? And it doesn't. It just it just it's kind of puzzling. But here we are, right? For now, they had this. We would go bowling with these little tiny little balls, little little balls. I thought that, and then the soda pop, the soda, the had a little release valve on top, like kind of like a little carb, almost about the size of, oh, just the size of a a green pea, and then you would push that in to release the pressure, and then you would, with your finger, you would push in the top. And I didn't want to do it at first. It took me a while to get the courage to do it, because in my mind I was thinking it's going to cut me, and they're like, "Oh no," and they're just popping them open. I'm like, I want to drink this soda pop, but I can't, because I'm afraid to open it, and I'm not going to get one of these fools to get stick their thumb in my soda. But that's how it was. And then they had a really nice house. Oh, these people had it. And then they came down, of course, for a week or so. But they had a beautiful home, beautiful. It was just so gorgeous up there. It was, and in their rec room, this house was absolutely just. It was stunning. It was a small monstrosity of a home, and it felt like a home too. You could tell there was a lot of love in there, and their rec room overlooked this beautiful, just cascading rock, like this rock, not too steep, but steep. It just opened up in this beautiful vista of just ecstasy. And they had a ping pong table, and wasn't hadn't gotten real good at ping pong yet, but I was about to. For one of the reasons why I can't go back to Canada now, is why I'm so well at ping pong. I'm going go to US after this COVID thing is over. Me and some friends, looking forward to it. Will be my first time. Oh, well, you know what? Well, bless. I hope you have a good time, and I don't know where you plan on going. Seattle, my place of birth there in King County, used to be so gorgeous. Just, I mean, it really still is. It's just, you could probably still, if you know the truth, you'll be able to go. And if you ever thought about that, the Pike Place Market used to be so much fun to go to. Just one of many. We just have everything. Go desert, the ocean, the mountains, the rainforest, all of it. All of it. You kayak the Puget Sound, see the orcas, which are probably non-existent anymore, just completely a tearjerker, which I don't want to get off on, or I'll cry me a whole sound of tears myself. For now, it's all coming back. It's just sad, the stuff that, but the Puget Sound, just so gorgeous and clean, and it's ever real evergreeny. Yeah, Seattle is, and it really is. It's nice, and it's something real special. They just work so hard, people at just putting the boots to her. Oh, yeah, the Pacific Northwest was something else. And them natives, man, those coastal natives, they I can really appreciate them. But yeah, so Sweden, I seen this video I shared on Facebook. It was I think it was a while back of this maybe it was it might have been the Swiss Alps, I don't know, but she was yodeling, and these cows just knew her voice, of course I've seen that before when they know what time it is to feed, but it was really magical, it was really beautiful. And I've always wanted to go visit, Germany, and just that whole eastern side there, and everywhere. I just want to go, and I will. I'm going to go to all of it when it's, regardless. Sooner or later, that's what's fixing to happen. So I really, uh, let's see. Except my children's hero, Kurt Cobain, was from. Yeah, he was from Aberdeen, actually. Kurt was from Aberdeen, and I know somebody that knew Kurt. Let me read this so that I don't I stay on track because I'm learning. People are teaching me. It's really fun to learn and be humble and listen. And again, I apologize, and I'll let that go about the the uh, the thing yesterday with the Bitcoin or the whatever it else is. I'm losing it. Um, Juggling is Switzerland, not Sweden. Oh, Switzerland, Swiss. Yeah, Swiss. Yeah, that's. I didn't even know that Ricola. That was. I just fascinated with stuff like that. I'll take it any way I can get it, even if it is a commercial. I got burnt on a commercial. I don't want to get too far off track, so I want to talk about Kurt Cobain. But I got juiced on a fake commercial. At least I'd never. I was served an idea that Florida was different than the way I found it. Now, some you might find it differently than I did. Maybe it was just like I said, Mister L. Maybe it was just because I really had a good time. In pardon me, I'm just going to glance at this for a minute. I don't mean to. Uh, I really had a good time in Ybor City and learned a lot in the Grand Hyatt and stuff, but Florida wasn't what I had been what the way I had received it on yeah, pardon me. I apologize. I didn't mean to blow your ears out if I did. I think he said Jack's not dad. Um so oh yeah, Ybor City and Florida. Yeah, it's not at least I didn't experience it didn't have that experience. Really had a good time, and like I said, Clearwater was nice. St. Pete was nice. Did a lot of snorkeling in Clearwater, but Seattle, yeah. Kurt Cobain. I met a fella that, matter of fact, I have his ex wife's number right here, and I need to call her. I was literally, honestly, going to call her not even a week ago because I haven't been able to get a hold of anybody. They've shut down all my my correspondence calls and letters in and out of any of the prisons here in Washington State, and he had told me all about Kurt, and I was really fascinated. We spent a lot of time out on the big yard there in Eight Wing in Wally World, and which if you go to Washington, you'll and you go to the Pike Place Market, you might see some Walla Walla sweet onions. You of course you might depending on the time of year you'll get some really fresh apples or you'll get some from the previous year. If they're not frozen, you'll know because they won't feel kind of rubbery and they'll be really good. But yeah, Kurt Cobain, he was kind of a little bit of a loner kind of kid, the way I understand it, just like you would probably imagine, maybe. Um, and he uh, he used to just sit under this bridge. He ended up living under after a little while, believe it or not. And he would come to this fella's house that a matter of fact, I'm not going to reach up there and grab it right now, but if I'll, if need be, because who knows, maybe he'll want to tell his testimony. Because I thought it was kind of interesting. But he would come over and his brother, the fella that I met that knew Kurt's brother, would kind of rib Kurt uh, about being different, um, and he would score a little bit of weed from him. And back to the bridge he would go, and he said once in a while, he'd go down and fish under the bridge and stuff, and he'd talk to him. And back then there wasn't a whole bunch of homeless like there is now. That bridge now is just down there. That I know exactly what bridge he's talking about, and it's just loaded with people now, different class of homeless now. Um, but he said, yeah, he was just a real quiet kind of guy, not never really bothered anybody. Didn't It wasn't a thief or anything like that. And you know, they got him. They ended up getting poor Kurt. They bushwhacked that poor boy. Yeah, he threatened them. That they People are afraid of things they don't understand. I'm just going to tell you this testimony now. I was gonna wait, but I'm just going to tell you now about Kurt Cobain, and it's something that I got one of his storage units, some of his belongings in a storage unit in Seattle on Capitol Hill. I'm gonna grab these real quick. I was into these storage locker units, so that's why he wrote this song under the. I don't know, because I never really listened to Kurt Cobain. I just never really. It was just kind of a little dark for me. It wasn't happy to me, which I don't know. Just I love the guy because I feel like I've known him forever. And meeting this guy here and then getting some of his personal stuff, because I had his personal stuff. Uh, I really, I knew this guy, this kid. I've lived the same kind. We've shared the same kind of life. Um, yeah, I didn't know that. Wow, I'm gonna write that down. Under the bridge, huh? Let me write that little old nugget right on down there. Little my Sweden, my friend there. Yeah, that's really sad. It's sad, but they he could have been writing so much more beautiful music though, see, but they just kept him in that perpetual deal, and then they exploited him, and then they used him. They used him, and then they took the breath right out of that beautiful little troubled soul is what they did. Under the bridge. Of course, I said, why am I writing it down? It's easy to remember, right? But I'm simple like Rain Man sometimes. I feel like if I do this, I'm achieving something, and then I'm not going to forget, which I do. I forget more than I'd like to, and I'm really trying to work on not forgetting so much. Under the bridge. And I'm going to listen to that song when we're done. I'm going to listen to it. So I was doing these storage units. I'm sure I spelled that right. I was doing these storage units. I've been doing them for a long time, quite a while. Yeah, it is. I never really even got into it, and I didn't even want to have to say that, but that's just how I felt. Just like when I said so and so's, what, her hat. I was like, oh God, it just hurt me. It just hurt me to when I said that. I just knew what I was saying was not right. But anyway, I don't want to get off track. So, um, yeah, uh, I was doing these storage and been doing a whole bunch of them. And I had followed this guy around for a while. This uh, Mr. Tillman, Mr. Tillman, little Mr. Tillman, but awesome, little short little black dude. Known him for years. Mr. Tillman owned him. He owned a bunch of antique shops there on Antique Row in let me see. He owned a bunch of antique shops. No, in the song is called "Something in the Way," but it's about something about a bridge. Okay. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, okay, that's all right. Well, I would have just got, I would have figured it out. I would have Googled the Brit. Well, I would have got to the bottom of it anyway, because he really didn't do, I don't think, a whole lot of stuff. And again, I should know more about him, but I just don't, because I wasn't interested in it. And I know it might sound sad, but in all fairness, I mean, I love the kid. I really did. I still do, because I know he got a bad rap, like old Little Mike and all of them. But um, what was I saying? Yeah, storage units and Mr. Tillman. He was doing a bunch of units, and we had just he was doing he had a day that was filled with a whole bunch of units. So I would look and see some if there was just a few units and a couple facilities he would go to with people that would forfeit their their storage lockers, because they were delinquent on their rent. So they would auction them off, and it used to be where all the stuff was left intact. People didn't go cherry picking through them. Now that's why I don't do that anymore. But once in a while you can get them. But I was doing this one particular one with Mr. Tillman, and I think he's still doing them. Or his daughter. I'm pretty sure his daughter's doing them because she was right there next to him, just right there. As she was a little girl, I remember her at the antique shop. Him and his wife used to have, and I'd go in and they had a coffee machine. They used to always give us coffee and stuff. But so years later, he started this auction deal. He got out of because the internet just ruined the whole deal for antiques. Like I said, everything came out of the woodwork, and people started knocked the bottom end out of most of the stuff. Just the internet, how everything happened. But he had this one particular auction. It had a bunch of units, and I said, you know what? There's probably going to be a lot of people there today, but I'm going to go anyway. And I think I even took the seats out of the van that day. And sometimes I would drop a lot of money on some of these units. I'd get a good feeling. I'd drop a lot of money on these units. And it was kind of like it was a little bit of addiction in a way. And but this one on Capitol Hill, uh there was like a last two left. I hadn't gotten anything yet, and they opened this locker up, and there was a couple. There was a silver tone, a Sears silver tone banjo, some old mandolin, nice old mandolin, and a couple other instruments, and this plastic thing that looked really kind of weird but cool, and um, some clothes and stuff. And I thought, well, dang it, there's only a couple left, and I got to get something. It's just like, I don't know if you've ever, and I've seen it because I've sold stuff at the flea market. Sometimes people will pick stuff up, and they really don't want it, but they just don't want the person behind them to get it, and they'll hold on to it, and sometimes they'll just hold on to it and set it down, and that person just, well, this wasn't, where you got to just have something because you don't. I had a really good feeling about this, but it was just this plastic thing and a few, and this thing was kind of going up a little bit in price, and well, it was moving quite well, and people that know me, they were looking at me like, "What are you doing, fool?" And I was like, I kept bidding on it. Well, anyway, I ended up getting this deal. I got my money out of just the instruments alone. I got my money out of that. But what I really oh, and before I tell you about the plastic piece, um, I had my ex with me, and I never do clothing. I'm not into I don't like handling the clothing I'd like to bag them up and I'll take them to the Goodwill. I'm not into. But she's like, "Listen, there's stuff in these pockets." And then you just don't know what people leave in their pockets. And when she said that, it dawned on me, because there was a time when I knew people that would go into the thrift store, and this is no kidding, and they would just go through the pockets. They would go through all the pockets, the purses. They'd flip through the books and would find cash like you would. That's all they would do. They would just go through, and they would just go get in the bins. They would go through in places you wouldn't believe. And even if they'd been through the wash and 50 times with its if money's folded up and put in a little coin deal, which somebody sorting in the back room is not going to be going through. So she says, "Look," and it just came. I was like, "Yeah, you know what? She is right about that." I don't want to deal with it. It was probably partly laziness too, because I knew I was fixing to have to load the stuff up. And there wasn't a lot of stuff, but there's times when there is, and that's when you're doing storage units, it's just it's not just all fun and games, or not just gold waiting to be found. There's work to be done, is what it is. And there's no money in it anymore. Not because it's not on on the level, because people they'll go through it. They'll even just go through a bunch of them and then just make up a couple of just the stuff that they don't want from the ones that they've gone through, and then they'll have an auction. So I stopped doing that, but I had this plastic piece, and something just told me it was special about it. And I really, not that I wish, because wish in one hand, right? Now it was all meant to be, so I could tell you this story and learn a few things, and then also learn a few things about people and how to be forgiving and humble. So this piece was really good size. It was probably, oh, almost 3 by 3 feet, probably good 2.5 by 2.5 feet. And it was a plastic piece that was about this thick, and it was about 2.5 by 2.5, and it looked like a like the top of an old push button phone, just and it was kind of hollow, and it had like a doll's head, like a twisted doll's head, and a bunch of just weird stuff inside it, like it was impregnated in the. It was almost like a bizarre, like almost like a Twilight, just a real abstract, kind of a twisted kind of little deal, right? It was, and I think there was like blood on the. It was just it was kind of a little morbid, but it was art, I guess. Um, and I put it online. I put it on. I think it was. Well, I don't want to say, but it was. I think it was one of the bigger ones. But somebody local contacted me and wanted me to real quickly. It was very very really really fast. Um, and wanted me to meet him right by the Woodland Park Zoo, which I've been to many times. My Aunt Wilma used to, like I said, Davis, and I've kayaked that lake and so many times when I was a kid, young kid, and she had that castle house, and so I thought, you know what, I'll go over and I'll go drive by and see Wilma's house. It's kind of a nicer. He was just right over the bridge there, and I'll take this piece to him. And I don't even remember. It wasn't a lot of money, but I had already made plenty off the locker already. This was just all going to be profit, but it was also going to be a learning experience. And so I get to the deal. He meets me at the store, right, not very far from the park. It's an all natural store, actually, in perfect area too, because nice little area of Seattle, right there by the zoo. And I don't know how it is today. So he's I can sense he's just literally beside himself, and he's anxious, and I thought, well, maybe he's just on some real, maybe he's, I don't know, maybe it's medication or something. He's hopped up on coffee or something. Speaking of which, yeah, something, I don't know, something wasn't, he was anxious, and he just wanted to, and I was just going to talk to him for a minute before I opened the door, and he's staring at it. He just wants to open that door. He just wants that thing. He wants that thing. and I can tell, and I open it. I open the door, and he just, when I see people like this, when I go to the flea market and they start grabbing stuff, because people they'll start grabbing stuff right at, and I go, wait, hey, wait a minute. If you grab anything out of here, that's fine. Out of That's all good. But here's the thing: you make sure that you set it up on that on that table right there, and you wouldn't believe how many people I have had, because they know I get good stuff and I get different stuff all the time. I don't want to get too far off track. They'll set all my stuff out for me. They'll unwrap every single thing, set it all up. So he grabs this out of the car and he's just shaking. He can't believe it. He's trying to pay me. He's trying not to cry. He's trying not to urinate on himself at the same time. And I'm not. I'm really starting to think about. I really don't want to sell this to him right now, and he knows that. And I'm thinking, no, no, and he's knows it, and he sees it all come. Of course, I will. I'm not like that. I'm not even cut like that. I could never live with myself, but oh, he was gonna make me go home with something to chew on, so I would at least live a little bit, sleep a little less comfortably for a while. So he gets some money out of his pocket, and I'm not even going to tell you how much, because I don't want you to know. Because like I said, I already made my money off the locker. So there. Anyway, um he says, "Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is?" And I'm just like, "No, but like Tawana when she was crying, say, I bet you're fixing to tell me, and I'm probably not going to like it, at least for a little bit. It's going to hurt." He said, "Oh my God." He said, "There's only 3 of these made. Kurt had this. This was made by these friends of Kurt in the University of Washington. What they did is they took this. This was a blah blah blah." And he started going on to the technical and how this was a deal, this and this, and they heated it up and they stretched it over. They made these. There's only 3, and they would take it and put it on this one particular uh, 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 place down in Seattle, where they would they would have they would hold gigs, and that was part of the advertising. What they would do is they would screw it, and there was a light behind it, and it would light up, and it was all. And he said, "Man," and I'm literally. If I wasn't already over it, I'd be getting goosebumps telling you, because I've told this story before, and people have just said, "Are you serious, Ryan?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah," and you won't believe what else was in that storage unit. I'm not even going to say, but that was his storage unit, or somebody that knew him very, very personally, because there was stuff that I'm not even going to say right now, because I'm not even led to, and let the dead bury the dead. But they bushwhacked that poor guy. Yeah, but that was a rare, rare piece. And man, I've had so many rare pieces like that, where when you sell it, and I'm happy. I mean, the guy didn't deserve it, but I did, and I got to have it, and at least he told me about it before. I would have never known. I would have never been able to tell you. I would have never been able to tell you guys about that. Oh, but I did. I wanted to take that back from him just for a second. Just can you imagine? Just take that just real quick. It wasn't real. It wasn't one of the things you want to mess with. It wasn't real brittle and stuff like that. But it wasn't something you want to be toying with too much, because it was just like a just like a neon, like a light, like a cover for a sign. That's all it really was. Just made for Kurt, for the. Like I said, I don't know where the other 2 are, but I know where that 3rd one is. I don't know. He might have. Who knows? Maybe he got. Who knows how much for that? But I never really keep any. I get all kinds of stuff that is just absolutely. I find out later. I had a load of stuff I could have went to Pawn Stars with easy, easy peasy. I could have sat there for 3 months in a motel, which I wouldn't have. I would have just probably bought a house down there with everything, and then just we could have just did we could have did a half a year episodes of just the stuff that high end stuff that I got, that I just easy come easy go. But I learned as I got the stuff, and I knew there was something, but I didn't know what. Like the story of Bonnie and Clyde, I'm going to tell you about once I get to the Reading part. But um, so now we're at 2 hours and 18 minutes. So yeah, don't that's what that gold thing is about. You come to Seattle and visit. I'll tell you a nice place to visit in Washington. Really a nice place. Eastern Washington is nice. There's places over in Spokane that still, even with the people that have the issues with the drugs over there, it's still there's still so much land that's, you can go, and it's a nice place to visit that. And then you can go right into northern Idaho, and it's absolutely beautiful, and Montana. But the Leavenworth is a really neat place in Washington. I went, I've camped there quite a bit. I used to live in Kashmir, but it's really nice. It's right out of the foothills of the Cascades, coming down over the east side, right before you get to where the trees kind of thin out. They change, and it starts to get less sparsely dense. Um, but it's beautiful. It's a Bavarian themed town. It's called Leavenworth. You look it up, you'll Google it, you'll see it's really neat. It really is. It's just Christmas year round there. It's just Christmas year round. But when it's snowing, the play it really does. It looks like a little gingerbread, little Christmas, little beautiful little postcard picture, little cutout. It's nice. Matter of fact, if I'm not uh I'll have to get some pictures, and I'll put them on Facebook. I have some. I have some. I took a photo. Those eagles were flying right over us that morning. I woke up. It was real quiet. My cousin took us up there camping not long ago. Camping in the snow up there because it's so beautiful. People go camping up there in the snow. Then they go ice skating, and yeah, check it out. Leavenworth. It looks, like I said, a little German, like a little Bavarian, little. And then they got the people that entertain the guests, the hosts there. They dress up like from people from, like, you would see in probably in Switzerland or something like that. So yeah, Leavenworth, really neat little deal, man. River running right on, but oh, it's so beautiful. It's amazing. It really is amazing. It really is, because ain't nobody messed it up. They ain't got their hands all up in it yet. You can rent snowmobiles, and oh, they got places that are fully running, so you can have hot shower. You can go in to get warm. People pull trailers up there. They're camping they're camping in everything but tents. Put it that way. And there's even a couple brave souls, I'm sure, that camp in tents up there. But they're on these little. They got a bunch of little tiny, like, little resorts. Not, just a few people in them. 10, 20 people, and they always got up there. Always a hot little shanty. It's got hot showers for, it's got one for the men and the women, and usually two showers in it, and always hot, always warm, 24 hours a day, because people are pulling in there and pulling out all 24 hours a day in the winter, dead winter snow up to, and they keep it plowed all the time. They're up. People that run the places, they're up. The sheriff, they make sure that's all plowed, and it's neat. Then you drop down into going over back east, coming down out of Leavenworth, which is about a 15-minute drive in. You go to the home of the Applets and Cotlets there in Kashmir. Really nice little town. Had a lot of real weird stuff happen to me there, but I really, honestly, I at the same time was able to really receive and retain a lot of beauty and just harmonious, just natural order and see that, wow, things are going to be just fine. And that's, I honestly, if I was going to move somewhere, if the Lord settled me somewhere for the rest of my days, if I we don't see him before then, like I said, we'll be ready, right? I would move of if I was going to move somewhere close to here anyway. If I could see, and I would pray that it would be somewhere like Kashmir, somewhere just like little Kashmir. That's it. Just something like little Kashmir. Well, it's just loaded with orchards. That's where Treetop has their plant there. Applets and cotlets, which it's not my favorite stuff, but I would, it was kind of neat when I was a kid. And just a small little, just a quiet little town, just mostly just surrounded by orchards, pears and apples, and the mountains are just so there. Well, there's you're in the mountains, but it's just starting to get down into more eastern where it's a little bit more level, and then like I said, you just go up 20 minutes and you're in and more thick as you go up. Just 20 minutes, you know how the landscape, you're from or like you said, Sweden, so in Switzerland, it's just you just go a few minutes and you just blink your eyes and you're in a whole nother ecosystem. It seems like your landscape, the terrain just changes like that. Well, yeah, oh, Leavenworth, a neat little place. And Soap Lake used to be a real quiet little place too. And then let's see another. Oh, Ely, Minnesota, Finlander town. Oh, love it. Just love my Finnish people. And when I was there, they were just the most. A lot of drinking went on there, but you didn't even see a lot of. I was probably the most trouble they've seen in a long time, and I kept that at a low roar too because I respected the people because there was just. I mean, I would have been tarred and feathered. I never would have made it out of there. I probably would have found myself at the swimming with the fish at the bottom of one of them dang mines. But good people, just awesome. And the fishing was just mosquitoes or something. But Ely, Minnesota, get a little further down that way, and again, train, it just changes. It's the people. It's the people. And it just, the people just it's what's found in them. It just runs amok, and then so it just screws stuff up. So I don't know that one little road town, Sheridan, and I swear that's the same place I got Donnie on, Sheridan. Wow, I just realized that too, just when I was a while back. Ely, yeah. So Ely, Minnesota, another neat place. The Ojibways. They're really neat native people. If you're into that, neat, really good fishing. You could just get. I just like to just go up, get lost up there, go in boundary waters where you, 1 second you're in Canada and 1 second you're not, and then I don't know how the fishing is now, but back then it was amazing. I don't know about you, but for me, when I'm fishing, that type of lakes that are clear, clean, the fish are active, and I'm using artificial, so and they're the type that you put action to. It just makes it an adventure for me. It's like almost like a sport. Of course, they say it is, but I've just never had an experience catching fish, even here when the fish were so abundant when I was a young man. Even though it was a magical experience and nourishing and fun and sustaining, something about how magical, being up there, no one around. I mean, no one. When I was in that DNR canoe, and of course it was awesome because they knew just a few people were using it, and they were using it probably to fish too, and everybody policed. They kind of policed themselves. It was the neatest little thing. And why would you want to ruin something like that, right? I couldn't imagine that. But casting off that canoe that me and Tiny flipped, I had to work hard and I finally got it down to stand up. And I mean, to watch those huge northern pike just go after those Rapala and just just melee it and just destroy. I mean, I got to the point where I was like, man, I need a new. I'm gonna need it. It just tore my stuff up. Just fine. It was a lot. It was a blast. Water was so clear that you could look down into the, and it just went down off into. And I snorkel and stuff, so I put a snorkel on, and I go and I start going out, and I'm like, that's that's down there a ways. It just drops right off, and you can see a long way. So you're seeing a long way into a long way, you know. So it kind of, I don't, for me, it shrinks my perspective, my totality, my entirety, and it makes me feel, just very appreciative to be, appreciated and loved. And I am just so thankful. And then getting back through all the ripe berries that I wanted so desperately to just get a few of them fresh, those fresh blueberries. But I knew something told me, no, those are the bears. You got a fridge to go to. This is their place. They're not always on the vine form. Just get where you got to go. Because those black bears, my experience, they're like they're like scared little dogs, not like a rabid dog, But once a black bear uh, isn't running away from you, you got a problem because they always run. The big ones, they'll just maul you over. They'll just beat you up a little bit, maul you over if standing up to yourself doesn't work, and then the only other alternative is playing dead because it's already knocked you to the to the to the soil. So you know, but they usually will, it's them black bears. Them black bears, they run off. They're always running off. You won't even see them a lot of the time. But if you do, and they're not running off, and yeah, and I don't know why it's that way. It's the weirdest thing, but that's my experience with it. Those black, it's just it's like it's weirdest oxymoron. You'd think that the bigger bear would just devour you and eat you and just but it's them little skittish little suckers that are usually run off, but that's why you just whistle as you go, because then you give them a good enough, and they leave you alone. You get these yahoos though that feed these bighorn sheep, get them hooked on that crack, that processed sugar, it's little sugar cubes and stuff, and then when the next fella, poor family, goes up there and they get stomped out somebody because it ain't got its fix, and wondering what it's all whacked out, or the cougars coming over the backyard to get your whatever because its habitat's being taken. So there's a lot of different things and then just the poisoning that's going on in the water and everything else. I'm seeing it with the elk. They're just aborting themselves. Happening in Yellowstone. They're aborting their young, and they're this hoof disease and all the fish. It's a shame. So yeah, you come to Washington, it's absolutely gorgeous. And another place is Nia Bay. That's another real nice place to go. Nia Bay over in the peninsula over there. It's really nice. Natives are real friendly. At least that's my experience. And then Northern California, real nice, like Dunsmuir, really nice little place to fish. There's a nice little creek right by the Mount Shasta. And then Wairika and Eureka, they're both kind of a neat little place, different landscape. One's on the water, and I get the two mixed up. That's why I'll use the both illustrations. That's why I know I'm gonna be right about, and you just can, you'll go, oh, I see. One's in by it's in I believe it's the one in the waters in Humboldt County, I believe Humboldt County, or anyway, it's a nice little deal. I've been over to a couple festivals over in the forest over there. Another really neat place. Really neat place. They got a tree you can actually drive through. It's pretty neat over in the rainforest over in Wairika. I think it's Wairika. Arcata. I think it's over in Arcata. Really huge trees, big, way bigger than this room, just huge. Like I said, they got one that's. We drove our camper through it when we were kids when we went down for that little deal down in to visit Ted's parents down or parents his ex wife and take Bonnie back down there to her mother's house, visit, go sightseeing and then let's see, I forgot that island. I got stuck on that island. I got lost in it's another neat place to visit in San Francisco. I don't know, it might not be anymore, but there's a military base or something. I got lost and I went on this base and it was nice. It was one of them pleasant misplacements. I was like, wow, until I realized I'm on a military base and I've got all this medicated candy on me. So I do not like driving in Oakland, none of that stuff down there. That stuff that confuses me big time. I wouldn't suggest going down there to California. You probably aren't going to go down there or would even think about it, but you may. Used to be fun. I've been down to Fisherman's Wharf and stuff like that, and on Haight Ashbury and stuff. And not long ago, not when I was a kid, I never went to San Francisco then, but I had just used to sell candy. It was pretty neat actually. There was even in the midst of all the chaos, it was pretty neat. So yeah, I just want to thank you guys so much, and for everything today, and just a big major difference is being made. It's awesome. And I'm praying for everybody, all over the whole face of the earth. Everybody, people are waking up. It's we've got time because we're here. So as long as we're in good standing, well, it doesn't really matter. It's just about how many we can salvage now. Our tickets are punched, so and that's really what it is. I hear people say, and I've heard you say, John, uh, I just pray and this and that. Well, you got to know that you got to know that you're saved. You can't. That's one thing you can't second question. If you second question that, well, then you just repent and then just make sure you're not doing whatever you're doing, and just make sure you're in the best standing you can be in, which would probably be kneeling when he arrives in full thread, as it is, was, and will always be. So, pardon me, I didn't mean to be rude. And look at that. I'm noticing too just a lot of changes, a lot of shift in this whole paradigm, I guess. I'm gonna have to actually look up. Definitely can't spell that. I don't even know if that's the right. But yeah, this is a lot of major changes have been taking place. Well, quite a few years, a lot of major changes have been taking place. But the past 3 days, 4 days, however long it's been, is it the 20th? Yeah, 3 days. It's been 3 days. A lot of I can feel it too. There's a major call. The saints are rising to the occasion. And so the battle ensues and the beat goes on. And the banquet feast increases, and our Heavenly Father just weeps with joy as the angels just rejoice and sing and entertain, and that pleasant aroma of just straight just life. When you choose life in a way that we have lately, people, it has an aroma that it just is something that is just so heavenly and aromatic, and it has this bouquet of eternity. It says there's going to be 12 different, the 12 tribes. That's why I use that 37, 10, 12. I didn't know why that. I didn't know why I used that. Because there's Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. There's 7, which is perfection. 10, which is the 10 commandments. And then the 12 tribes of Judah, or the 12 apostles, which, um, yeah, like I said, I had no idea what that was all about, but there it was. There was something significant to it. But yeah, I'd love to. I'm gonna meet. We're gonna meet. All of us are gonna meet also. So don't think we're not. Every single, even people that aren't on the guest list, we're all gonna meet. Every single person, we're all gonna meet, and everybody's gonna be very acquainted with every single thing. Every single thing. You know what? My grandson isn't back yet, so I'm gonna go get some more coffee, and I'm gonna keep on loving talking. So I'll be right back. Right on. Back in the saddle, so to speak. Anyway, yeah, I just not to worry. I see. We see stuff. You see changes already, positive changes. It can't take that from us. That's reality. As Uncle Ted would say, truth, logic, and common sense would dictate that if stuff's going bad down around you, but not personally, when you feel that and you have no reason, well, there's your reason. Just keep doing the next best thing, and then the next best thing will happen. And you'll be like, wow, this really does work. What's that old saying? What do they say? If you do something over, repetitive enough, it becomes a habit. We're not talking about telling the lie long, that's definitely chasing the. Oh, and I also wanted to say, I noticed something. Um, Barbara, when she was telling her story about her trafficking, and I really, my heart was just because I know exactly what I know. I know how horrifying that stuff is, and just how traumatizing it is, and it can just debilitate a person, and it's just it's evil. People say, well, there's no evil. Well, yeah, that's sin. It's evilest. That's about as the sin when it's clothed in full evil. But she was talking about tailspin. She was also using some other references that I picked up, and I don't always do that because some things just are a coincidence, like Mr. L said. Some things really are, and some things are carelessness, like leaving your macaroni and cheese on the or stuff I've done. Many times I just use that illustration because my son was so bold enough to remind me of his lesson that we both learned that day. And so there's always a lesson to be learned if we're willing to be taught. And that's why I just listened. He said, just shut up and listen, dummy. And he didn't say dummy, and he didn't say shut up. But that's what he meant. And that's why I laughed. Oh man, that pause. I was like, this is not gonna go well for me. And I don't even know how or why. And the Lord says, you know why? Because this is her telling you this is this is her deal here. And so you need to listen if you're who you say you're becoming for her. Right? So I said, well, I can feel that. And he goes, that's what you're supposed to do. I said, but this could debilitate a person. He says, no, she'll understand after a while, and she'll get to know you, and she'll know that you really, 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 really love her, really. And then there ain't nothing that can, except her. Or like I said, a few other things, couple after her, because we just have three things that could. There's only three possibilities. Uh, So yeah, I've already went over everything pretty much on here. A couple things like the Ruth Dykeman, I didn't really want to go into that, but I wrote that down because I started putting two and two together about how many Ruths there are, and about me, and I should be knowing the story Ruth, because as I'm here talking to people about the Lord wants us to, be joined together with people, not just run out and just say, "Oh, let's go get married," because we think this is the end of the world, which it could be. But the way they are trying to get us is to separate us and just desensitize people with this, so that there is none of there's none of that, and hugs and kisses and shakes, or even if it's not even about, it's just they don't want any of they don't want none of the actual love making, not the sex part of it, but the actual intercourse of people, humanity, uh um, conversing with one another, loving and working things out. They don't want that. That's a threat to them. See it ultimately, because you know what it's got these fools thinking. and it's stinking. It is stinking for now, but it's all getting cleansed top to bottom, baby. I'm gonna meet this person one of these days. This person here. See, now this is the kind of stuff I can sit and have a conversation like this right here. The other one, and I apologize if it was somebody because I still don't know. You know why? The Lord told me because you don't need to know. It's not important. It's not important. That's religion. Trying to get everybody caught up or arguing over this and that and that and the other. Look, man, sometimes you got to take a little bit of dog crap over your fence from your neighbor. Sometimes you got to do that and still love them. It's not easy being cheesy. I didn't even know we had a cat. Can you I crack up every time I see that commercial. I really do. I that it's cute, but it's scary also. Damn cat. Oh man. Oh, don't think we ran Miss Redfern off. No, no, no. Old wretched Redfern. No, she's just it's indifferent. But it's like you said, you're already starting to see it's lost. It's lost its lies that are just have just completely just evaporated into, you know, it's just dried up salted slug slime. We have a lot of slugs. That's that fella or the individual, I should say. It might even be a female. It's not important. Needs to know about here if you're going to camp certain times of the year here in Washington, bring a lot of salt. You can have a lot of fun out here in the rainforest. Just bring salt and make sure you just salt your area and bring your shoes in, even if was a real nice night. Sometimes if you're out towards the water, you'll get this dew, this mist, and your shoes will be wet. It's not they're not soaked, but they're wet. And there's nothing worse than putting your morning warm toes that were in your sleeping bag next to your honey, hopefully, in cold shoes to go have a nice morning hike after you're making breakfast and then you go ahead and cook a meal for you and your wife and your family more than likely and go hiking around. Oh no, don't worry about it. Harry is going to be just off doing their own thing. They can be bothering me, us. That's not so. So yeah, make sure you bring salt because salt and it's cheap. You can get salt, just regular salt you just throw out on the road that's really doesn't really have, it's not real good salt at Winco, cheap, real inexpensive. But you can put them around plants and stuff like that. Yeah, here they're everywhere. You can't grow certain so they'll eat it. And I don't even know how slugs eat. I mean to get off track, but those slugs, they eat like a grasshopper would. And it's like where are their teeth? Wonder if I can suggest how it's made. How is this done? You know, I sure know they don't like salt. That's for sure. But yeah, Washington, boy, that'd be great. And we'll all meet. We're all gonna meet. But yeah, that was just funny. Let's see, it's 2:50. I'm just gonna run this. I'm just gonna run it until my daughter's and pray for her too that she's they're wanting to get a bigger place than this. And like I said, we've been here a while, and she's been in and out here. My son's been in and out here, and these rooms have been empty several times. I've used them for different things, but I've been blessed with lately since I've got out that I've had my both of my children and my butter boy, and now he's buried him with baby girl. So it's been really blessed actually. Nice, really nice spot. Got me off. I was on the hill. But I don't want to go too far back because then I'm going to have to go too far forward to fill in some of this journey, and I don't want to ruin anything because it's amazing how you just go back full circle, just right full circle. Got Donnie, had no business being there in Kirkland. Here I am in Renton. Why would I go to Kirkland? It was just, to me, it was just a one of my bad mistakes, just one of my screw ups, which I was all that's what I was good at doing. Why would I go back there? Here I was about ready to right there and float on down to the Gates estate. Float my old carcass down there. That's probably where I would have ended up too, which is odd. My brother laughed. He goes, "You know how many times you and I we've been out on that lake at night praying and stuff and been out there camping and stuff because we are from there, this is our place. It's not his. It's not his. This is ours. We own all this. Yes, it's going to be new, but it's not. Yes, it's ours, and then we're going to rebuild it, and then that's not it. It's ours, and we've claimed it, and it's just going to have to act like it. Doesn't mean just because there's going to be a new heaven and new earth that I'm going to go out there and say, well, who cares? Just pour all that damn motor oil all over it. It ain't going to matter. The dogs are dead anyway. I'm not going to plant nothing there anyway. Not till next year, So, yeah, I forgot where I was going with that, but that's the beauty of just rolling with it. Um, oh, my children. So yeah, 5 years. Uh, Nice spot, full circle. Another full circle. Like I said, it's the chances of all that with Donnie and getting him and being on Sprague because that's exactly where that check cashing place was. I mean, the chances of those two stores not having that money. And I asked him later. I said, "Seriously, man." He goes, "Man, I'm telling you something, Donnie. I'm going to tell you right now. None of one of those stores will ever have been out of money. They've always had money there because they know that attorney, which is right in between those two stores on Tacoma Avenue, those little Asian stores, they know right there, right off the hilltop, that it's in their best interest to have money to cash them checks because that some of that money is going to be left right there, spent right there. So he said, for one, never happened, but okay. And he said, but for both of them, no. And I said, well, the fact that I even seen Tammy, and here's the thing about Tammy, seeing her, she had been trying to get a hold of me also and saying, uh, you haven't been getting your message from. I've been trying to call your mom and I've left a message because my Billy, she's had the same number. She's kept the same number for years, and I looked right at her, and I was still pretty much lost in that fire in her eyes. That's a song too. I just can't remember what I think. Mesmerized, turned around by the fire in your eyes. It's Ozzy. It's right. It's Lita Ford. It's Ozzy. If I close my eyes forever, that's exactly what it is. Thank you, Heavenly Father. They wanna, and that coochie ain't gonna get you guys as nasty. That's not gonna get me there. I want real love. I want simple, real, just heaven created. I want my girl. I want love, and I want it. I want it now, but I know I got to be a little patient, a little more patient. I am. I told you to. So he said, "You know how many times we were on that lake?" Like, yep. And all that to be there and everything full circle, just like being here. I could write a book just called Full Circle. Just Full Circle. I'm gonna have to get, like I said, the Lord said that's what exactly, get a team of people. But now, nobody reads anymore. This coffee gets me because I don't drink it. My gut. But yeah, full circle. I'm thinking about that. I am really thinking about full circle. As far as the east is to the west. But very blessed. I'm so happy to be alive through all that stuff, man. I see it just like I look out that window and I see that I look out that window with the bird feeder. I got to get some more seeds too because I know they're like, what is up with this guy? I know he's looking at us, enjoying us out the window, and that bird feeder is empty. All of this, we've done all of this, and this is what we get right here. Anyway, I look out the window out this way and I see my past, but I see it in the dimension in the realm of the windshield, which it's incorporated in. It's just beautiful. It's like I get a taste of the past, just a little piece of the windshield, the review mirror, but in a different sense. It's like when everything seemed to really be going to the crapper, right? Um, when Johnny was, remember that? Yeah, it was an Eagles song. It was an Eagles song, and it was Johnny Come Lately. Or Johnny, there's a new kid in town. Um, I still was able to eke out enough. I was what it was is I was being being loved to where that part of my mind that would have normally been just completely just it would have been affected in a way I wouldn't have been able to retain that. So somehow there was a hedge around that, and I get glimpses of stuff that, like I said, if you were able to see it, which you will eventually, unless you're not led to, because some of the stuff is just unnecessary and it's not, it's not pertinent. It's not going to help you at all. But some stuff is going to help a lot of people. But like I said, you see it. Um, it was actually pretty pleasant. It was really pleasant. So even with all that unpleasantness, suffering, and just trauma, I get these glimpses when I look out that back door. And it's when I look at the top of the trees, it's the weirdest thing. Like when I look at the top of this trees, it's really odd. Um, it's as simple as this. I look at the top of those trees over there. They're different trees than here. I don't know if that makes a difference. These ones here have leaves, and I think they're oak trees or um, something. I don't know exactly what kind of because I'm not like you think I would be because I put so many into the ground um, and thinned enough. Hemlock and stuff. A lot of hemlock. A lot of hemlock. Um, we want to keep those pines. That's what's worth more. You don't want to choke them out from the light. That's why we thin. But this is a one that has leaves it, but it takes me right to a different place and different couple different places. So when I look out there, when I'm in the tub, I have a straight shot. That's why when I said a couple years ago or whatever, I said I'm going to go take a bath, and then I was watching the birds. I think I said I was going to watch the birds, and when I came out, somebody said, and I'm saying this because one of them are going to be. I remember that. I don't know, maybe not. Somebody's going to remember that. They said, "Well, that was a fast bath," and I was like, "Yeah, I wanted to get back to the chat, and I did." And usually, I sat in my tub and I would look, I would watch the birds. They'd come to the feeder, different birds. Sometimes the stellar jays, the little suckers, they would run off all my finches and different whatever they are, the thrash or whatever we got. Like I said, I'm not a bird guy either, but God, I am a bird guy, you know. And I could see I would just literally just be Calgon. I would be taken away and just transported to just another time and place, and it was awesome. I honestly I had And it's the same. It's the same. It's the same place. Even now, years ago, I look at this, it's the same trees. It's the same place I go to. And I was like, wow, you mean I actually, and he says, oh, there's more to come. There's going to be more to come. This is going to happen. This is how I was able to keep you sane and not turn into the sociopath and just mean person that it was trying to create you to be. And you was always that loving person. It wasn't that you were a freak. I used to think I was. Why am I going back to these people? What's going on with me? Why am I not laughing when this lady just, I'm not gonna. You already know with the popcorn and stuff. I was like, are you serious? Don't take this the wrong way, Tori. But I was like, I didn't even know my friend. Maybe they were just in trauma, but just some, you know, I thought I was I thought I was a freak. I thought, and then all the stuff that was going on, I thought, oh yeah, I'm definitely this is and then again, if there is a God, a creator, he definitely hates my guts. And he set out to get these people just to that's it. He must want I gotta check out of this one. So uh but yeah, I was able to eke out and I look back now and I go, wow, boy, God, our, Yahweh, our heavenly creator, he was always had it, just enough so I could just enough, you know. So I'm not going to give you too much, but then I know it might seem just, I don't have all the answers either. I had two really dear native friends that used to hoof paint, and I dibbled in that a little bit, but they called me the Tin Man one time because I was hoofing some, and I didn't do it a lot, but I did. I had, and I got some silver paint, and I didn't realize it was around my mouth. They said, "Uh huh," and I was like, "You guys are," and I was so embarrassed. Well, these two natives, they were hoofing paint, and one of the brothers said, "That's it. This we're done. This stuff's gone," and he went to go throw it in the pond, the lake that they were by. And the other one jumped in to go get it, and they were, your head's all messed up on that stuff, and he drowned it going to get that paint can because he wanted to put a hole in it, put it back in the bag, and I know I've seen all that, and he said no, it's gone, and threw it out in there, and he went out and crazy, just you know just crazy, crazy stuff that, people just madness. And so you go, well, do you have an answer for that, Einstein? Well, no, I don't yet. But we're getting there, people. We are getting there. And it's a beautiful journey if you just stick it out with me, and that smile. Oh, that smile when you're natural and you smile like that, Millie. Oh man, I'm like, dude, that is a nice smile. And you may not like it, and you may not, but I think it's just adorable. I just like it when you just smile, not when you were doing that with your eyebrows going and just messing around. That was cute too, also. Uh, but no, I'm talking about when you smiled and you smiled. It was a good smile. I seen that. It was so genuine that it was it was just as lovely as your worst hair day. Your worst hair day when you are just going, man, I I didn't know women could really honestly have such a bad hair day. I'm not talking about you having a bad hair day. I'm talking about you feeling that bad about having a bad hair day. I've I get tripped up over this most stupidest stuff myself, so I really probably don't have it. And I could be completely wrong, but something tells me that's why when I was writing you those letters, I was like, sweetheart, your hair is it because it is. It could be just completely. It was in that deal, and you had no makeup on. I thought, this is before that I actually went, wow, and my eyes went. Thought I was cutting into another power line there and tweaking in the damn closet again. Talk about, oh, Roy's he's a closet case for Millie. About lost my dang eyesight. That was before then. I've seen you without it. Seen you with your hair in the up and it's still or just one of God's creation. Beautiful. Just it's what's inside. It's that light is it's that personality. People are and beauty is beauty. It's good. And if it's the inside of the bowl is not clean, the outside can be as sexy and hot as can be, and boy, it still stinks to high heaven. And is not going to really leave you with a very good taste in your mouth. You might look like it is, but I've been there. And I know now. I know my heavenly creator. I know our creator. I know he knows best. And even though he's not like everybody thinks and he chooses the joy is in the journey. He laughs. He created us for his glory, honor and praise. His in his image. That's why people have children, so that you can raise them and you can love them and you can give them stuff that if you can afford it. Like I wasn't trying to rub it in when I said, Elizabeth's mother bought them all. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that would be nice that we all can do that. It really would be. She invested her money well, and she did good with it, and she worked hard. She worked real hard. She had to actually be the head of that household, and she did it. She did fine. Did I tell you the story about when Forrest? I think I might have. Mr. Schwartz, before they went their separate ways, uh, Forrest, my cousin, and Carol, my beloved sister, whom I said, and I apologize if it offended anybody. She's the ugly duckling. She's not. She's extremely beautiful. It's just like I said. It's just I don't even want to go there. You'll know if you know. It's just sometimes it seems like it's the most oxymoron. Anyway, they were laying on the couch together long time ago. They had pardon me. I'm just going to take just one small glance at this, and then I'm gonna oh, look at it. It is Kathy Brady. Kathy Brady Schwartz. Ding! Did you hear that? You can't make that up. You can't make that up. Of course, you can't believe everything you see here either, because I watched on here. I watched on here more than the other night. I watched more than one person, whether they knew it or not. Something told me way more people than that were up here, but they hit and ran. They came in and tried to disrupt it. A bunch of them together came in to try to disrupt. And it was funny because what happened is they unleashed the lion, and it was, and all honor, glory, and praise, because this is what he created me for, us, all of us, right? Becoming. So they come in. It was two, then three, then five, and bam, 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 and then bam, then they were gone. Well, nothing to see there. That's real thin. Nothing. There's absolutely nothing to see there. Of course, there's always one, but there's more than one. There's always more than one, and that's not why I do that. Because I could be uh, promoting and advertising this a whole nother. Well, I don't even have to be sitting right here. I could be on a whole nother big, huge platform if I wanted to just reach out to the right person right now. I'm trying to be patient. I'm trying to get to talk with Millie, and then I'll know what I'm going to do either before or after March 20th. That's what I know. And that's good. For me, I'm okay with that. Either way. Uh so there it is right there, and come on, you better not juice out of me. And so yeah, she chimes in, and I was just talking about the so they were having a fire. They had a fire, and I'm doodling. I shouldn't be, because I'll get off track. They had started a fire, And like I said, a long, long, many, many years, many moons and many suns ago, they had started a fire in the fireplace. And Mr. Schwartz, I think he was down in Florida. He had done a lot of business down in Florida to and from, and he was in it quite the investor, and he bought quite a few houses. I think they got a house down here. Pardon me. It does a heart good. So yeah, he's got a couple houses down here. Matter of fact, before he passed away, may he rest in peace. My brother Forrest roofed. Uh, Liz was staying in that a couple few years ago up here. The house in South Bend, just down here a while ago. But no, I just went and visited her daughter, and that was it. Uh, so because I love you, and but now she went back to Tom, and now's out of Tom, and so that's why we're praying for her because I haven't. I need to find out. Matter of fact, I really should probably be finding out through her sister how she's doing because she hasn't texted me back today, and I don't have to like that. But she's probably having fun and just being wanting to be left alone, which is just fine, and that's what I'd like her to do if that's what she's doing. But if I can be I'm not a worrywart because I have faith, but they have these you know anyway. So let's see what was I said. So they had a fire. They had a fire, a nice blazing fire. Forrest told me it was quite the inferno, disco inferno. Never did like it. Never did like much disco. Remember, I told you about bumpers though. It was funny. Always getting the kids ready for the martinis and the fake with the soda pop and stuff. Looked just like a bar. So Mr. Schwartz comes back from I think it's Florida, some part of Florida, and he sees the ashes from the fire, and he goes, "Who lit the fireplace?" And I think Forrest was there. Matter of fact, he was. He can. He's just right on down the road. He can. But either way, it's just like I said. It's not. It's just there'll be a variation. Variation. There's never going to be a lie for me. It might be a slight variation of what might be perceived as the truth or the lack thereof. He said, "Who lit the fireplace?" Forrest did. Walking, right? He wasn't happy. So everybody was. Forrest did, which he did. He did light it, but why wouldn't you, right? It was cold. And so he says, "Well, because I had 10 grand. I think there might have been more, but there was at least 10 grand. Oh, excuse me, in a paper bag that was up above the chute." So Forrest said, "Oh, are you serious? That's why it was even when the flute was open, it was still a little smoky." And he actually, true story. Of course, all of them are. Even the Triling on 35-pound test. I think it was a 380-pound halibut. My uncle Jeff Lynn, the one that my grandpa said on Rose Hill, "You all come in, but you gotta go." He got up in there and got all those charred, because it was like charred cloth now. It was just like charred cloth. I'd say some of it was unsalvageable. He got all that money and he laid it all out, and he meticulously, that old boy meticulously went through all that money, and he went to the bank and he got most of that money back. True story, he really got that back. Of course, they're not gonna lie. Like I said, maybe a slight variation. Might have been Carol that actually lit the fire, and Forrest that just got the kindling split up. Might have been 25 grand. But either way, it was at least 10. I know that. And so he was able to get enough of the matching the numbers enough to crazy. But yeah, talk about a starting a you don't want to you just want to start a fire in someone's heart. That's not when you want to set ablaze and serenade someone's heart while you're they were laying there. I said, "What the hell are you thinking?" He goes, "Man, I was just laying there on the couch with her watching TV, and it was cold and stuff." And I said, "Yeah, but there didn't he put tape or something over it like that?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I said, man, Forrest, I said that's something I would do." But yeah, that's let's see what else. So yeah, that was just sweet. So I'm probably not going to be doing the story for a while. It looks like I don't know because we're just since these last 3 days, I've been kind of just in not really damage control for my earthly my fleshly bride, but it seems like I'm starting to really learn a lot. I knew a lot more than I ever thought I would, and it's just some of the stuff. Like I said, I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know that heart. I did not want to know that heart. I did not. I didn't want to know that. And they asked me that question. They asked me that question to find out. And you know what? When I said that, I knew it was wrong. I knew it was a lie. I didn't know how I knew it was a lie. And I didn't even like that I knew that that was a lie. It wasn't even that it was a lie. Well, yes, it was a lie, but it wasn't a lie in the sense that I was telling a lie because I wanted to harm anybody. I was saying something because I was seeing I was answering. Actually, I wasn't answering their question. I was getting around their question. I was trying to. I was trying to. And they had a question that they wanted answered, and you know what it is now. What's sad? They were mocking me even back then. Well, they were mocking me the whole time, but it was I now the Lord let me know they actually thought, yeah, I think we might have this guy. I don't know if this is it. This dude's he's and the Lord's like, well, he had a different plan, and see, he's wasn't ain't gonna tell me the whole thing because I am definitely I would not be. I certainly wouldn't be. I wouldn't be doing this right now. That's for sure. Mm-mm, absolutely not. And I like what I'm doing right now for us. I do. I love spending time with you guys now. I'm not. I don't get nervous at all being on here, even when I forget what I'm talking about, because I love you guys so much. This is love. That's what this is. This is love, and it's full right in its fullness. Exactly, just fitting right into my our clothes. That's what we're doing. We're just gaining her back. Has nothing to do with the building a new world. That's coming. Twinkle of an eye. It's got to have a little foundation for him to walk back on. I'll tell you that. As he's, you know, we're going to be doing a lot more than you might think. He just doesn't want people. I noticed something too. He just doesn't. He's definitely not going to be building in somebody a reckless, spiritual, arrogant, you know, borderline Luciferian that's, you know, Paul, it was one thing, but so even Judas knew even he knew. He was like, man, take this silver. Take this silver. I don't want it. But, it's just so yeah, it's nice. It's not. It's fun. It's fun. I'm just like I said. I get it. I'm lonely. Yes, I'm lonely. Yes, I'm. Yes, I get sad. Absolutely. But I have joy. I have joy, joy, joy down in my heart. Where? down in my heart. Remember when we were just little lads? We'd just sing that, just sing our little hearts out. I used to. Long, long time ago. Yeah. So, but I'll text her, pray, because these are my friends. I've known them for close to 50 years. It's a long time. It's a long time. I know. I'm gonna check because they. uh Gosh, when you know it, angels and then the fallen angels, they chime right on in after my beloved little angels. They ring in. I'm gonna have to. I need to. I'm gonna make my rounds. I'll be going down there also. Hopefully, it's still clean enough I can snorkel. I'll be with my wife and my family, but going down there to see him, you know. Otherwise, I can, they're like I said, people they're moving along. Cecilia's wanting a bigger place. She's got the baby now, the other little baby, my little Lily, and of course I'll still be a big part of their life. That's just how it is. I told her that when she used to come visit me before they ship me off. When I get to that part there, you're gonna experience a little bit of anger, but it's not that I'm trying to be mean, but yeah, we talked and stuff, and I told her it doesn't matter. I said, but with the vision I seen, like I said a long time ago, to say when I said, you remember that when we were in Maine, and remember that. I said, I just didn't. He kept going, man. Kept giving me sending me just message after message, and how long is that going to go on? Well, that's well, I'll tell you the last time, and then that's it. And you know how I can assure that? Just by living in the here and now. That's all I got. And you know what? It's been working, and I've figured it out. Some people say, there's no way to figure it. Yes, there is. Live in the moment. That's all you got to do. Just do the next best thing. Not next best thing, just the next right thing. That's all you got to do. Build back better. Well, that's going to happen in the twinkle of an eye, but it's not going to happen through these clowns. So, let's see. What was I talking about? Something. Um, yeah, the last 3 days. Last 3 days. I didn't like it. I didn't like seeing it. I seen it a long time ago when they asked me. They asked twice, and they asked in a different way. What do you think about this? I said, "Oh, great," because that's what I seen. I seen it was great. And what do you think about that, though? What do you think about that heart of the sea? What do you think about that? Well, Brandy. What a good wife you would be, but my love, loving the lady is the sea. Yeah, I didn't like it at all, but I had seen something a long time before that when I was led to be involved in politics, which I'm still don't feel I am. But then again, I guess that's just I don't even want to start there. But I said I'm not. I don't care. And our Creator said, "Well, you need to care. You need to care, and you need to pay attention." And I said, "I don't know anything about this stuff. I don't know anything about it." He said, "You don't need to know anything about it." He said, "You just need to listen and you need to obey me. That's all you need to do. If you want life and you want, do you care for these people? Yes. Okay. Well then, and what can I do? Listen. That's what you can do. You can listen and you can follow directions right now. That's all. And I didn't like to be pushed around, but when you get a little taste of, plum rule, you start, it's a respect thing. It's like, wait a minute, man, this my owner really does care about me. So that little running out in that traffic, that didn't feel too good, but now I'm producing fruit. Just like that pruning, I'm sure doesn't. But then look what happens. You go to Leavenworth, you go down there and look at those beautiful, just full of fruit. And I don't know about now, but they had some good fruit when I was in Walla Walla. But my point, I'm getting off track, um, is I didn't like it, and I didn't like what I seen in the eyes, the eyes, and I said I don't care, I don't want to know, uh, but then because I wanted to I wanted to, I was really into a new way. I was born again and stayed that way daily. That's how I mean I got that way, kept that way. I was getting her done, but I still wasn't wanting to accept the the full you know the full realization of what's becoming us, right? So I'm because our flesh, it fights that, and you couldn't possibly believe if you jump out of this boat that you're going to run across the top of that water. You know, I'm sure Peter didn't think that at all when he woke up that morning. Of course, I could use a bunch of illustrations like that, but so yeah, I was like, pay attention. So the more I went over there to that forest, and I started seeing things started becoming a little greener, and a lot of things just started to come into perspective, and I started getting more bold in my faith. I started becoming more bold in what I was becoming. Faithful, and I was exercising that faith, and that faith muscle was just the Lord was like, all right, and he and just like he says that, well, son, that's because you've been through so much of that, of all of it, that people are going to identify, and there's no way you don't have to explain anything. That's why you keep your yeses yes, nos nos, unless I lead you to do so. And that happens a lot, because to bring people up to, but otherwise I'm absolutely becoming more confident in exactly what's happening, because I see that, you know truth was always there. It's, you know, there it is. There it is. I don't even know where truth truth is always truth is always here. Well, it's always some nice handwriting. It came from prison. I know that for a fact, because I remember that saying. I just don't. And you know what? Lord said it's not important. He said, but this is important, and you do need to pay attention, and you do need to be aware of. And I still don't know a bunch about. I don't. One of my roommates, when I first handed myself over to the dragon, and I don't want to go too far ahead, but he really was very knowledgeable about politics. I could just tell, even though I didn't understand what he was saying, I knew what he was saying was correct, and I also knew that even though that he was very opinionated, and that part there was some wrong in it, but the fact that he had the basic foundation of the idea of it, it was twisted, the the essential meaning, but the foundation of what it was all, how it ran and operated, he had that just completely just running smooth as can be, and he was articulating and explaining to me, and even though I wasn't understanding, I let him know, man, I'm not understanding everything, but I am picking up what you're laying down, and I just know what you're saying is has this little chime of of truth. So I listened. Plus, if we had nothing else to do, we were in our cell. Shelton and the R units are, but this guy, and so I listened, but even before then, and so I started listening, but I seen stuff. I seen it in the eyes, and I said, "How come I'm seeing this?" He said, "Because you're supposed to see it." And I said, "Yeah, but I want to know why am I seeing this in somebody I'm supposed to that I've been doing all this, doing all that, praying. You know, I've been really I've been uh performing for this. I've been I've been I've been poor Ivan. Um yeah, but I was only led to do so much and go so far, and I knew there were some things that just when I would try to write out things that I seen other people say, like some things take precedent, I couldn't do it. Lord said, "Oh no, 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 no," and I said, "What? Well, isn't that what?" And he's like, nope, no more of that. That's over. I said, "What? Well, you want me to get into this, and this is what's happening here. You want me to support this, and you say that this is what's going to extend us and going to buy us a little more time and going to expose things so that it's going to offer the sleeping souls an opportunity to go and to get to harvesting some olives so they can get some oil rolling and get that lamp lit." And I was like, "Okay, so this is a godsend then?" And he's like, "Yeah, you can consider it that way, yeah." And he always kept saying to me, "If I can use this, that, and that," and I was like, "Oh, that's I don't want to have to say that. I don't want to have to say that." Just like I didn't want to have to say, I would really like you to be nice to Gavin. Really deep down inside, I did, but my flesh didn't because I. That's why I said, "Yeah, you just and I think you said loud and clear, and I was like, "Okay, so now that." Even though the Lord has told me many times, and again, I could be wrong, and see that's the other thing. It, I'm willing, I'm willing to be wrong. I am willing to be wrong because I truly believe in what I believe in, and there it is. And see, we just kind of figure it out as we go along, and that's the joy in the journey part, people. So if faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen, and trust is something different, we're to trust people, "Oh, I wouldn't trust anybody." Well, what do you mean? Well, how in the heck are you going to operate around? How are you going to know who it is you're going to pray over and pray for, and who you're going to do what you're led to do? I mean, we're supposed to do that for most all people, but here we're getting to a very complicated time. So how are you going to know? Now, we don't put our faith in people, and people, "Well, what's the difference?" Well, what's that substance? What's that hope? Hoping. We hope. Huh. So, and there it is. It starts to manifest itself. Plumb true. And you see it. People say, "I've never even seen. What do you mean, God? What are you talking about?" I look around, I see attributes of God all over and more now than I did even yesterday. And here they got us stuck in our place in our there's enough people they got working just enough to make it look like so it doesn't alarm anybody, but most people are already they're waking up. And I'm going to tell you again who's waking up more than anybody. It's these people that have been, and the more they pull those old remember those pickup sticks? Those pickup sticks, all those colored little. I used to have a set of those. See, I'd forgotten. I had a bunch of games. I had a bunch of games that but that's it. Once those sticks, they come. And I think the black one was the last one. I think that was the one that was, and in that black one, And it's all by itself, people. It's all by itself. It's done all those colorful little all that, all craps and giggles, huh? It's being pulled, and it's just gonna all by itself, just mocked. The mocking's starting because it's being used by it's being exposed and being used to awaken people that are like, wait a minute, they're seeking just a little bit, and then they go and they look into this, and they start to gain a little more knowledge, and next thing you know, they go, wow, and that's it. Then they share it with somebody else, and they're all those they just start to come out, and pretty soon then it's all just one little black little pick. And my Irish grandfather, remember I told you he was, I don't know if you guys have went back enough and the people that have stuck it out, but the O'Day, where he was Irish. He was Irish through and through, and there was a restaurant directly across the street from the house called Pick's. And like I said, they would let us splurge. I was just a real little kid, and we get the crab Louis salad. Oh man, but that house is probably it's. I went and visited. It is in a historical little society type thing, not very far away. Again, I'm just fascinated on how they moved that in that house by the Masonic home. But you know, I forgot where I was going to go with that. Something about my Aunt Frankie. Something about my Aunt Frankie. Well, anyway, my mom and Aunt Frankie, they look exactly alike. They look kind of like my grandma. Bobby and Steve, they don't. I got they all have a bunch of kids, and those are one of Bonnie is one of the children of one of those siblings of my mother's siblings. But where was I going with that? With the Irishman, with my grandfather Day. They shortened that name from O'Day to Day. I remember them talking about it long when I was just a wee little lad. Anyway, I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, so that was it, man. I was like, when I seen that, I was like, wait a minute, why am I seeing this? He said, you're seeing it because I want you to tell people, and I want you to let people know that this is the idea we're going for, so people will reach out to me, not a person, right? Something you're hoping for. And then the evidence of things unseen. But really, what's happening? Well, we're starting to see the things that we've hoped for. I am. I'm sure you are too. You too. And it is. That's for certain. And let's see, there was another thing I wanted to say about it. Um so yeah, I didn't like what I seen. I didn't like what I seen at all. Um, it bothered me. As a matter of fact, I thought what I'd seen wasn't correct. That's another thing. I was actually questioning my own vision, my own, and it kept happening, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. So I'm I'm in real heavy prayer, man. I'm in the spirit big time, which is the only way to be, just beyond mega. And I'm looking and I'm like, how am I seeing this? I mean, they're just black as can be. And I mean black. And I mean black. And I didn't like it. And then I seen the same thing. And, you know, that old moo moo. I didn't like it. I was like, well, and then looking back now, Lord said, yeah, they were not only were they weren't sure, they were not sure, they weren't sure either. They knew, they had an idea, they had an idea, but they weren't completely sure, just like you weren't sure, and I wasn't going to let you know what you know now then, because you would have You wouldn't even have looked for a fish big enough. You would have just take yourself right out to the deepest part of the sound, and you would have with a millstone, son. You would have been a runner. Forrest wouldn't have had nothing on you. So yeah, it was the craziest thing. I was like, I've got to be seeing this wrong. Please let me see this wrong because you're having me say this. I didn't even know half the stuff I was typing. Do you know that stuff? It was when I after it was. I was like, man, this is. He's like, oh, son, you've always been this way. You just have been gobbled up all that. You've been congested. See, now you clean yourself up, clean yourself out a little bit, and I say, huh, I like what you've done with the place. And yeah, I I absolutely could not believe. I don't know what's going on. The dog's out there barking. I so I couldn't believe that what I was seeing, and I kept seeing it. I kept seeing it after I'd already handed myself over to the dragon, and then I'd start hearing little stuff, little sayings like things that were just being forced into my ear, kind of like almost like that chime that just that pig shit axle grease kept just chiming away at it, chime, 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 and because it knew. I didn't even know. I didn't know why it was doing that to me. That was just like that. Yeah, it's they're real fun to ride, but you don't want to see your friends on them, especially you don't want to see your husband's on them, unless of course your wife's on them with her husband. Then that's different. But then then that's different. But then that's different, and then I'll have to just accept that. But otherwise, that just. And I understand though. I understand you wouldn't want to be walking around with those, especially up there. Oh boy, if it wasn't for those angels, they were right there, just right with you, sweetie, and will be. Whether I have to bow out and thank you very much, madame, and I'll be probably on your next deal, and we'll be chatting, or we'll text and make sure you're having a good night. You know. Hi. Oh well. Hello. Hello. Oh, and that is what I'm talking about. So yeah, don't worry. Don't you worry. I did when I seen that vision. I really did. I'm not gonna. I'd be BSing you if I didn't. And all the way into Larch, I really started seeing it when I was in Larch Mountain, and I'd be out in that tranquil forest, just working out there, getting a good sweat. I feel so good when I sweat. I like going. I like going to the Y and sweating. I'm very well. How are you? Very, very well. Blessed, very well, and just happy to be alive and living and thinking about my sweetie and all my loved ones, and just honestly, I couldn't ask for anything more. I really couldn't. I mean, I could, and I know it's coming, but I'm really thankful. Thanks for asking. I'm absolutely thankful. But yeah, it troubled me, beloved, when I seen that. And in Larch, I prayed, and I was out in that forest, and I was able to have some privacy to get down on my knees, because they're in the DOC. There's not many places you can go, and I really needed to just wail sometimes, just get all that crap out. And I said, God, please, I need to make sure that this what I'm because I had no other. My forest was gone now. I was in cold concrete, so I had no finger. I couldn't get my fingers in Mother Earth and just get a real good reading. And I said, please, if I'm seeing this, I need to know, because I kept sending my daughter these little transmissions. I started calling them transmissions so that she'd put them on either Facebook or on Fox News, because that's where I was led to go, just like I was led to go to old Axel Infowars. It didn't completely know why, but I had this drive to go there, right? I do now for more than one reason. So sure enough, I had that. I seen that. I seen it again. I seen her eyes, and I'd seen her. I did see her heart. And I said, "Man, I can't. I shouldn't be able to see that. I know what I've been reading in here, and that's not. That's not. I shouldn't be able to see that, but I was, and I seen it right through here, and it was black, and it was dark, and it spooked me out, because these are people that I'd been praying for and praying for and praying for and praying for, and I'd and they even asked me, do you know that it didn't dawn on me until just today, till just, well, 3 days ago, but it really actually hit me. The Lord just, I just started getting a little bit of it, a little bit, and now it just slapped me today. That's why I'm talking about this and not going. I'm not even. I'm. So I said, "Well, am I ever gonna?" He goes, That's not important right now. What's important is what's important right now, and that story can wait. This is important, and so, uh, yeah, it just bothered me, and they made, and looking back now, like I said, it hit me today that they asked me, and the way they asked me twice right in a row, when 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 it knew that I knew that who I was talking to. They went, oh, when I said, oh, they when I said on Infowars, when I said, what was it? I said that they have no choice, sir. And then that's when, pardon me. Hmm. I should have known. They had no choice, sir, because they didn't. And I know, and I was thinking to myself, oh man, yeah, I'm part of this team. Yeah, well, I and am a part of that team. But it's the idea, it's not the man itself, because, and we all have free will. That's the other thing. You see, the whole time there's an opportunity to go ahead and just stop what's going on there, and instead it's being used. It takes that which isn't, makes it as if it were, as if it are. And I'm thinking, wow, that's why I said it. You want to talk about a double, triple cross. Um, and so I'm thinking, well, God, because I started to get confused almost, but not really. I didn't get into the confusion. I'm not saying that to save face. I'm saying that because the confusion wasn't like a deep confusion. It was just like a fleeting glimpse, just enough. Enough. And I said, no, this, you're not the author of confusion. He said, exactly. So you know that whenever that happens to you, something isn't right. So you remember that. And so I have, and I've learned my lesson well. So when something isn't right, I like when I get hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, unless I'm fasting, I I pay attention to that. There's a reason, because we're in these. We got to that's one thing you do want to obey when it comes to your flesh, but not the greedy stuff, the stuff that it needs, so that its senses are working correctly, so that we can have these conversations and communicate without any crossed wires causing some real messy fires, right? We want the right fires. So there it was, and there I seen it, and like I said, I didn't like it, and I poured my heart out, didn't understand why. Started to get a little confused. The Lord said, "No, this is all supposed to be this way," and you're seeing free will just continue to just unspool itself. Like, remember your dad taught you how to cast those peerless old wenches without them getting, bird nested on you. It's the same. It's all just coming unraveled, and it didn't have to. That's the whole thing. This is an opportunity which has been taken by a lot of you, and that's why people change. Because I was, what's this? People change, time changes. He goes, well, that's exactly what it is. I said, you mean where you're actually gonna? He goes, that's exactly what I'm fixing to do. I'm going to lay the foundation here. I'm not stepping down into this muck. You guys are gonna be my foundation. That's where I'm. That's yeah. It's right through you people. So when he comes back and sees that, he's gonna want to know exactly. Oh, okay, I can see. Oh, what a nice. Wow, boy, I haven't aged a bit. Imagine talk about oil of Olay. Oil. There's that oil again, and there's that lamp. We're a vessel for some. I got to get some more coffee here in a little bit, but that really it puzzled me, and so it was one that the Lord said, don't let it puzzle you. Know that you're seeing something that always was and has an opportunity, just like you, to walk and navigate. That's why when I said that to old, you know, I just don't want to I don't want to say it because I already did. Like wasn't it Dallas or who shot someone? Uh, I had never said anything foul to that guy. I'd done nothing but pray for that whole family, and you know, so when that happened, whether you guys know what I'm talking about or not, well, first of all, and I'm not trying to be a tough guy, he doesn't want to threaten me that way. That's not at all, because it ain't gonna be like, he'll go behind. That's he ain't done enough laps around that his I don't even want to say it, but let's see that little. Yeah, I just and that smile, and I love people, and I've prayed and prayed and prayed, and so it angers me, and you know it's easy to love those that love you, but try to love those that don't. It's not easy, but I do. And I didn't like what I seen. And here's the thing. Do you know that there is well, there's hope for pretty much everybody, because there's that hope. There's that hope. It's faith in motion. You just got to exercise it a little bit. There's a second part, just like he confirms it twice in Revelations. Here's what sustains the he could get out of there. It's not my fault. When I said it's not my fault that he's in that mess, it's not. He knows it. And of all the, yeah, and been involved in some straight, just up to his little, just scrawny little neck and just filth, but can still get out of it, but don't want to because, you know, he thinks he's going to get that alchemy set in his stocking, but he smiles like he's giving me coal. You know what I do with coal. You know exactly what I do with coal. But that's it. It wasn't that I was trying to be but yeah, just as dark as can be. I couldn't believe it. And then looking back, and I know it seem like I'm yammering away on the same issue, but I had to say it because it really it had to be said now. Um and I didn't plan that. I was like, "Oh, are you sure now?" And he's like, "Well, yeah. Are you sure you're sure that I'm sure?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah. You haven't really steered me wrong yet, so I guess all right. I guess if I have to." So, but yeah, it was a real difficult thing to see and to continue to pray and not understand why I was seeing what I was seeing. And but yeah, they thought they weren't sure either. Seeing that, looking back now, wow, they knew more than I did in that area about even who they know who a lot of us are becoming from the beginning. They do way before we do. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of things, and I'm happy not knowing. Oh, that's the beautiful thing. Once you truly know, then you know you don't have to know because you're gonna know, and it's so relaxing. I know it might sound like this circular ass weird lunatisticular reasoning, but it's not. It's just when you know, you'll know. Well, you've already sampled this. This is they can't do. They've tried. They've just flat out just tried to, like I said, kill me. Out, destroying my sanity. Was because they couldn't kill me, so they're like, God, we can't kill him. We can't kill the rooster. We can't kill him. So, and we've tried to destroy his sanity. We've thrown everything at him when he was just a youngster, or when he was way before the age of accountability, right in his, and they tried so hard. That's where they want to get people, that head. That's why they're separating everybody. They want to keep people right here on their phones, separated from that touchy feely, looky, talky, even on the phone. That's why I said, hey man, if you want to type all that stuff, the other conversation was just great. If you want to type all that stuff that I can't, I don't, if you care enough, you'll spend enough time to watch, you'll know I can't figure that kind of stuff out. It's not even important. Just like it's not important. I'm going to know everything anyway. If I need to know all that and it's important. We need to have engineers, for the love of God. That's how we have our bridges. I am, have assurance that I can cross over without having fall into the Duwamish, or wherever I happen to be crossing over Lake Union. It's a nice little run heading up there. But yeah, they've taken everything, guys. Gals, beloved. Anyway, so yeah, they just got home, but I'm still gonna try to run it a little bit, and yeah, I'm really good. I'm really good. Thank you for asking. I'm gonna be better when I'm with my wife. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm gonna be so much better. I'm gonna actually be who I was created to be in the fullness right here, right now, until and that's just gonna get me closer to the next step. So, oh man, long, long, hard fight. I will tell you that right now. A long, 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 hard fight. And I didn't even know that was what this was all about. I had no idea. And it's about souls. But to complete my task, it's going to take a better half. It's going to take that so that it's just there's a oneness, so that I am complete, because there's things that I'm not going to be able to achieve on my own, and I'm happy with that. Oh, I'm happy because I know the truth. Oh, I know that. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, he's the head, all right, and but there it's his entirety is us. That's the closest thing anyway. So like I said, and they don't like it. Can you imagine us just running around without notes pinned to our lapels? Honestly, God, you keep saying that. Would you shut up? You have no. You don't. You mean you don't? You have no confidence in yourself? Absolutely. When I know that I'm going home to my, and then again, I say I can't keep doing that because it's going to seem like and I'm hammering and yammering away at people that may never but it will. It's going to. People, well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's going to be no death. There's going to be no death. There's a head, but he said my house has many mansions. Why did he just say I just got my big old house? Because there's many mansions. And you notice it's almost kind of would seem like an oxymoron, because you're not understanding yet in its entirety. See, a house seems like almost like something smaller from our perception, or at least from mine, the way it had been shoveled to me, is way smaller than a mansion. So how could a house have many mansions? Wouldn't it be um, uh, a mansion has many houses? Of course, I don't know why, but Monopoly just came to mind, and I used to try to buy up everything. I used to think that was the strategy, just buying it all up, just buying it all up, because I don't know why. I just thought that was I didn't know the first thing about buying. We learn as we go, but yeah. So that bothered me. That bothered me, and I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something, and it's not that I didn't, because I'm not afraid. I'm really not. That's becoming way a thing of the past. When you are truth, there's how could you be afraid of a lie? That's all just a lie. How could you, when you really know what you know, how could you could never ever believe a lie again? Of course, you can sometimes misplace yourself and kind of brush elbows with the thought of, but yeah. So yeah, like I said, and I was gonna say, if and he said, no, you you don't say anything. You just do just what you do. People will know. They'll know. And I was like, well, I don't want to know. He says, you just say, and now looking back, the things that were not said and the things that were said were, there was our answer right there. So, like I said, faith is sometimes doing and saying things that you normally wouldn't do or say, or the opposite. It's just sometimes it's not saying anything and having faith that what you're seeing is whether it rattles you, shake, rattle, and roll, and you, because I'm like, well, wait a minute, you know, this, but he said this was a lot better than what you would have gotten. I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, if this is the same thing, how come I? And he's like, you're because you don't understand how this is working. That's why you don't need to right now. But it's two sides of the same coin. But it's a tactic that is so cunning. It's but and really honestly, when you get into the truth of it, it's very simple. It's so simple when you start to seek your identity, your creator, the reflection of, we start to emulate our father, and we just do that. We know, we just, like I said, there's enough in there. You can pick up any one, as long as it ain't the Satanic Bible. Versions are versions, and translations. I'm learning are translations, and I really like that New American Standard. That one really, for me, it popped. But I read this one for a reason, and you'll get enough once you're in the Holy Spirit. That's, like I said, there ain't gonna be nothing iffy about for you, nothing at all. And like I said, whatever you don't pick up is because you're not supposed to pick up, because you're not supposed to lay it down. It's fine. You're fine. You're in good shape. Either way, you're in good shape. As long as you're in good shape and you're living in the moment, you're fine. Again, few little hiccups. Look, we're navigating this whole crap hole right here in the flesh, through the spirit, and it's not easy to do it because this flesh isn't easy. It likes to. It's a selfish one. It is. Yes, it is. And so it's a challenge, and to realize, wait a minute, man, I'm going to have all this. And so, yeah, troubling. Wanted to say something, was instructed not to, and nobody. I couldn't tell any. I couldn't. I nobody. And there was some people that I really got really close to walking the yard and stuff. Where when you're incarcerated, and I know there's a lot of angels that come through there in flesh form. I know it. They just host it up in these these fools. I know it. I know now, looking back, more than anything. Because again, I don't want to go too far ahead, but man, me and this one guy named Delbert, not Delbert, was it Dilbert? No, I think it's Delbert. Some just amazing things happen with those, those bug sprayers. The same time this guy's sitting there telling us, "No, I'm telling my dad's a pilot. They're dumping fuel." And I said, "Well, listen, because the Lord says now be, just it's how you don't it. Even if you know how ridiculous it sounds, it's how you respond. Don't beat somebody up because you can sound like, even when your heart's in the right spot, you can sound, and you can offend somebody, you can piss somebody off too, and you might get a brick upside your head. You never know, because they're not gonna, not that I was worried about it, but it wasn't a very nice place at times. And I told him, I said, okay, I said, check this out. So I was patient and I said, okay, God, then give me the words. So I said, okay, check this out. That's Oregon. We're here in Larch Mountain. We're seeing this beautiful summer day. We're watching this plane, obviously, uh, not taking off. It's way high up in altitude. I mean, it's way up there and it's just blowing. And then right here, there's a plane taking off, and he says, well, they're those planes, he had said earlier when we were doing our laps, and me and Delbert were talking about, yeah, those, what's and stuff. And he's like, oh no, you guys don't get it. He just come right walking right on, he's knew us. And, if you were like that, you just would walk right on in. Otherwise, you go do what you was doing and you kick rocks and mind your own business. But he was one of them, and he knew. He just come on, and first all three of us are walking, beautiful, looking up, and he goes, "Oh no, he picked up what we were talking about. He goes, "Oh, that stuff. Oh no, that's fuel." And I wanted to. I was like, "Okay, this illustration's coming right now. It's going to beautiful time." And I heard, just listen, and don't just kid gloves, man. And because you could be wrong too. So think about that. Even if you're not, just think about that. So, and how you would receive something, and the way it was presented to you, or how somebody might have responded to your idea in your own your own free will. And yes, it's your body. So he said, oh no, that's fuel, guys. That's just fuel. And I said, well, if that's just fuel, why then is that plane, that the only airport, okay, is the one here in Portland? It's right here, the closest one to us, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what's the next one? He said, that would be SeaTac. I said, exactly. That would be SeaTac. Why would the planes, if they were dumping fuel, because he says they do that so that they don't have to risk maybe a potential, because planes coming in, and I guess they're more apt to wreck on either takeoff or landing, one or the other, or both, which made that sitting on that hill really crazy up there at SeaTac. But he said, so they dump fuel, so in case they do wreck, on that off chance, it doesn't, and I thought, man, that doesn't even, and I just knew that didn't make any damn sense at all. Now, maybe they have dumped fuel in the past or whatever, but I mean, not on a regular basis. There's people underneath you, and I mean, I know they don't give a crap about. But anyway, that just didn't. That was almost like, well, the mailman hasn't got here yet. With old Smashing Pumpkins, when my son said, "Dad," so it was just ridiculous to me. It didn't sound right, and I said, well, why then is that one there that's obviously leaving? It's not. It doesn't have. But this one here is blowing by, and it just none of it made sense. And this one here now is coming in, and of course, the way I was hearing myself say it, I was like, wow, man, that was really, really good. And he's like, yeah, if you just relax a little bit. And sure enough, I think he went away with thinking about, man, that does make sense. Why would they do that? Why would they dump fuel if the airport's there? Why would they dump fuel, and then or they be dumping their fuel and they wouldn't have enough to get to the next airport, because now it's past this airport and they're dumping fuel this early? So just either way, he thought about it either way, coming or going, because there was two airports right there, and those are the only two airports around, other than down in way down in San Francisco, and then a couple little ones, here and there. The little one Doug Batchelor used to buzz my property on. I just knew it. I could feel it was him. Uh, so what was that? But yeah, I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that, and I got that impression right there, and I'd walked with that guy, and I thought about telling him, man, and I heard this voice go, no, and I trusted this guy, and I knew now looking back, he either was an angel or he had an angel. He was him, and they were tight because some amazing things were going on there. Miracles, just miracles, and people could see it too, man. The people could see it. And they were waiting too because they knew my brother. They knew Scrappy. They knew he was like, "Hey, bro, you want me to shoot? I'm going to shoot over in a tennis ball, one of them, like the old shoot the t-shirts, or well, we get tennis ball ones a long time ago. We've been doing that for a long time. The old like the hairspray and stuff. Shoot it. You sure you don't want? I said, no, man, I'm not into that, bro. You know that I ain't been. Well, even tobacco, you could get that chew in there because they would let you break all the rules you wanted to. Now see, I'm gonna get in. I gotta stop because I'm gonna get into large, and and I'm gonna start. That's gonna be a whole book right there. Excuse me. I'm gonna let you go. I love you, and uh, yeah, I just wow. And I'm gonna get that letter written, Millie. Like I said, it's probably not gonna be all long and drawn out because I got it written on my hat. Grab that hat. Oh yeah. Oh, I seen the whole thing. That's between him and the good Lord. And Lord said, "Oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it is. It's the idea, son. Don't let the idea die. You, son. You guys are the El Presidentes. That's it. All right. Well, I love you guys, and God, I could just spend so much time with you. I could spend eternity with you guys. You guys just make me smile. Just make me feel young, and just so I love you guys. You have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow, the good Lord willing. If not, well, if I don't see you here, I'll see you at the banquet feast. That is. All right. Have a good night. Bye.